Precisely.
Gotcha.
All right. I just sent some hastily calculated XP to most of you.
Yeah, unrelated to that, I really need some downtime. Not related to this XP we just got.
Right.
Rest up. Ralston's gout is flaring up.
You should have the local clerics take a look at that.
Yeah. If you have gout, the swamp is not the place to be.
Oh no, it's not.
Close some of these windows. The junk.
Almost level 6. It's crazy. Can't wait till 6. Can't wait till 10 either, but 6 is a big one.
There we go. All right. So, yeah, we have been off for a while because we had to take a bye week. Or bye fortnight.
Yes.
Last time.
Fortnite?
Why?
No, I was making a joke. Fortnite. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But what happened in the last session that we played, which was probably a month ago or so, was that the Dowdy travelers finally made their way back to the vicinity of the Dogon lair, where
how's it going,
they
Dammy?
located and then subsequently waylaid.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
1,000 teeth, an enormous crocodile that lived in the confluence of 2 rivers. Most of you were involved in this fight. One of you was not. In-game reason being that there were logistical issues to transporting everyone to the site of the fight by, was it giant owl?
Eagle for that one.
Giant eagle, right.
2 of them, wasn't it? Total?
Yep.
2 of them?
2.
Yeah, 2 giant eagles were ferrying people hither and yon. And even though this 15-foot long crocodile did some appreciable damage, he was subsequently subdued, and a red-ish, mineral-ish object was cut out from its body and subsequently taken by Algalon. So that's more or less what happened last time. I think the fight basically took the entire session to conclude.
All right.
Unless I'm misremembering something. And you are now there having butchered this beast and not only taken this mineral object from its body, but also various pieces of its hide. And I don't remember if there was any
back, like its back scales, right?
back scales. I don't remember if anything else was taken.
Few teeth.
A couple teeth in the back scales, I think.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
So, am I not there?
No, you are there, but
You're unfortunately late to the fight.
Well,
I apologize, fellows.
The way I remember it is you're on the west side of that river on the map there. A bunch of us are on one of the islands, and then I think, what is it, Drazer and Mother are on the opposite bank, essentially?
Yes, of course.
I think everyone ended up on the business side of the river.
You're right, because we did all that stuff to the alligator.
But
yeah,
so everyone started off here, and it took a while for the Eagles to ferry everyone across. So you're with everyone now. But
yeah, they're fast, but I can only give you 2 of them. Sorry.
Oh,
right.
It seems that you guys have made lovely work of this. I apologize, the arthritis and this terrible atmosphere.
Yes.
Well, given your state, darling, we thought you would prefer a bit more longer range.
Oh, no, it wasn't that. I chose priorities, and I don't know him as well as everyone else.
That's
oh, never mind then.
Quite understandable.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was from my perspective.
It could have been. I don't know what your perspective is, Mother. I see from my perspective.
I see from multiple.
That must be confusing.
It is. It is quite mind-altering most of the time when you're dealing with fate. There are multiple pathways that usually can happenstance, including this conversation. Anyways, moving on. Let us not tamper any further.
I still have the Eagles for some time if we need to ferry to the entrance of the cave and speak with
It did take you a while to butcher this.
Oh, right. They're gone. My bad.
Eagles are gone.
I can bring them back again if needed.
I mean, I have... We do have a bird. Just points over towards Euripides. If you're looking...
Just walk. It's like right up north.
Yes.
Not even that far.
Right, but I have noticed that humans tend to be lazy, which is why I was offering.
Thank you, Algalon.
You're welcome.
Am I? Ruin, you're a human, right? Like, as far as I can tell.
And I spend all my days studying just so I can be more lazy, in fact.
Okay, good.
Case in point, Ralston.
Fair enough. I can't argue with that. I'd also like to bring up, do we have anything that anyone needs to do now? After we visit the lizard people?
I was intending to head north. Past the Pale. If that's what you're calling it. I have memories of there, memories that I would like to regain, given the fact that your books are now empty. I would like to at least regain that knowledge, given the fact that danger is afoot. There is some sort of weird fate now involved in each and every one of you, and I don't know the answer to it anymore, so I'd like to get that information.
Okay.
Which can be secondary. My memory is somewhat decent for the time being.
Is anyone among us from this region? Drazer? How long have you lived here? SaltMarsh? The area?
Most now.
What do you think the odds are we could get the other cities to band together to fight the fish people that are now occupying SaltMarsh? Do you think that's worth a try?
Maybe because they're occupying SaltMarsh, but probably not overly likely.
Okay. I'm guessing that's only going to spread, right? They're just going to be having.
I would also like to say it's also only been a number of days. Information is only now spreading. We might not see any possible retaliation unless in the next coming weeks or months. Never mind
No,
today.
but you don't know what type of magic that all those the refugees were all kind of warped in their mind, so they may be spreading it that way.
Yeah, they're
Right.
smuggling.
They could be doing inner workings within the towns themselves, which is why we could perhaps do some counterintelligence in return.
Sure, that wouldn't hurt. Just my fear is that the towns further south are just going to start getting picked off one by one down the coast.
Well, the also other issue is the town itself, which could be their next target.
Oh, for sure.
It's quite clear that they sent the refugees over there in a certain direction. If they're clearly trying to scout out the place, that is the obvious answer. However, the place that we're looking at also hates most of our kind.
Yeah, there's a lot of places around here that aren't too welcoming.
Well, not up north. There are
Oh,
places
okay.
further south that do not have that sort of mindset.
Isn't Shining the one that we're talking about?
That's
The
south,
next
right?
coast. Yes, the next coastal town apart from
Yeah.
SaltMarsh.
But I'm also fear for I'm sorry, I don't my what was the city we were in that we took the downtown?
Tribal.
Yes. We all heard that voice, just like we heard in Saltmarsh. My fear is they could be attacked very soon. I don't know. Again, I don't know what we're supposed to do
I
about
think the priority would be Shining if they're attacking there. Most advantageous would be to avoid going inland and simply taking those ones right for the picking.
I think so, but I just bring it up. We heard the same voice with the same message that we heard in Saltmarsh right before it was attacked. I guess Mother didn't hear. Yeah, you didn't hear it, did you? You came along later.
Sorry, what?
There was we all heard like a disembodied voice telling us to flee Tribor. And we heard
I
something.
was there
Oh,
when
you were?
that
Okay.
happened. Yes.
Yeah, that's
I was
exactly what we heard in
idling.
Saltmarsh. Like literally the night, wasn't it? The night before it was attacked? Day before? Anyone?
It was day of, if I remember.
Okay, day of. So I mean, yes. We've
I
already
would
been gone
also
for-
like to suggest that we did remove the refugees from there. They seemed rather sheltered and immediately removed any signs of interaction from the outside. It could be the fact that they could have tried to attack with the refugees that night, but were automatically removed from the situation beforehand.
I hope you're right. I mean, we've been gone for so long now.
If it matters so much to you, Roston, we can take a diversion down to Tribal.
No, like I said, I mean, we've already been gone for a while, so if it was going to happen, it already happened.
If you're this adamant on doing so, then we can do it. Can someone give another suggestion here, please?
No, I wouldn't say adamant. I'm just kind of bringing it up for discussion that this is probably what's going to happen is towns are going to start getting picked off one by one. Look, it seems to the south. I doubt they'll go any more inland than Tribor, but I think it's safe to say Shining's next.
So what
I don't know
do you suggest we do?
That's why I'm bringing it up for discussion. I don't know what the hell we're supposed to do about it because we really didn't have much effect in Saltmarsh.
Is our goal to save them?
I mean, honestly,
in many cases, that would be the best option.
Definitely be nice to save innocent people, but I mean, I have no connection in those places, and if we're not prepared, we're just gonna end up getting ourselves killed.
If I might ask, Mother, what do the portents say about this?
The portents. The portents were the scriptures, Ruin, and they are blank. I've been trying to find any sort of resemblance to why that is, However, it seems that the moment I came into connection with these fellows, the ones who the books belong to, it seemed that all relevance has basically become benign. In other words, their fates are now unwritten, untold, and basically out for chaos to be reigned. And I don't like that per se, mainly because fate needs to go in a certain direction. So, for the time being, I am saying that for all of you, for now, we could do what needs to be done before fate needs to be realized. If you wish to try and help these people, I am willing to do so. However, when my memory is regained and these books are resealed and written once more, we might have a few things to fix.
Honestly, long term, that sounds like the better option to try to restore those scriptures.
It
Possibly.
is basically a ticking clock where the further we wait, the more that could be lost, and the more things that need to be fixed. However, as I said, certain things take time. We might have years, months, or seconds or minutes. Either way, time is ticking, and we have things to do, gentlemen. So, plans, what do we need to do?
I say we head north after we talk to the lizard folk. Probably the best option.
Yes, that is why I try not to plan too far ahead, as I don't know where I'm going to be tomorrow. So, and I'll start making my way towards the entrance to the Dogon cave. Shall we? Check in with the queen.
Yeah. I'll head
Yeah.
along with him.
It will be good to see Her Majesty again.
Her Majesty.
Have any of you seen her recently after your little conversation you've had before? Was that it? Has any of you got any scrying or divinity involvement? Perhaps to look ahead?
No.
I do. I could, if you tell me what you want to know.
Well, I would say the current condition of Her Majesty, that would be the best.
I can let
Especially
you know what the
given-
weather is going to be like in the next 24 hours if you wish, Mother.
Yes, that actually would be delightful.
Oh, okay. I'm going to
We're right.
Druidcraft, see what the weather's going to be like in the next 24 hours.
We're literally a short walk away from the lizard man. I don't think we need to get a message out to him. Just go there and ask.
How far are we?
You're. Well, they can tell you since they've been there. The weather is supposed to be just fine given the time of year.
All right, I'll relay that information.
No rain. Pretty
Nice and
still.
clear.
No storms blowing in off the ocean.
So kind of uncommonly warm, Ivan, the way I remember it last time we played.
Yeah, it's kind of like it is now. It's like
Could you say humid?
No, it feels like middle of fall, even though it's really the beginning of winter.
Okay.
Mother, you were suggesting we find out the disposition of the Lizard Queen?
I was hoping to make sure that she is okay, concerning the fact that we are heading over to her right now. But if we are close, I wouldn't want to waste your resources.
Yeah, it'd be more than an hour or two away. Right, Ivan?
Oh, probably
sure.
not even that long.
Yeah.
No.
You can see the hills.
I'll turn around and point to the mountain just around this curve here.
Yeah.
I suppose that depends on if you anticipate needing to ask another important question today.
Which is?
No, that's my question. If you don't believe that there'll be any other pressing important questions, it's not a resource that I mind losing.
I would probably suggest that if we are going to send a quick message to them, to at least say that we're coming, to make sure that we don't find any ill-willed interaction should we get inside.
Well, what I have is the ability to ask a question of fate once per day,
Ah,
such as is the Queen welcoming of our company, for instance.
Yeah, see if the. I mean, that would be handy if we just knew her state, like basically if she's okay or not.
Yes. All right. So I'll cast bones and ask if the Queen would be weal or woe towards us coming to her place of residence at the moment.
Okay. Just brief aside. Yeah, those who have been here before think that the lair is quite close. I mean, within a mile, probably less. The only problem is you are currently in this area labeled by the letter G. That's where the battle took place. And the entry is up here, up near this letter C. So you would have to somehow cross this river. I'm not saying it would be difficult. I'm just letting you know that that is in fact the case.
You said. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say you said we spent some time hacking away at this thing to butcher it for pieces. Would that be considered a short rest for those who were not butchering?
For those who were not butchering, yes. Because, yeah, this thing is big. It has a nice thick hide that would have been pretty tough to cut away. So, I guess in principle, you, Ruin, who presumably doesn't get involved in such things. Kind of messy labor. I don't know about Baron. I guess that's kind of up in the air. But perhaps he wasn't involved either. I mean, this
Baron's the
seems
one who helped me. Aren't you the one who helped me take the back scales off, Baron?
Oh, maybe.
it was Drazer.
I was saying, I don't believe it was me.
Fraser? Okay, all right.
I'm
Well,
not the
yeah.
handiest with the knife.
Yeah, Drazer for sure, and
Yeah.
you. And I don't remember if Mother was involved or not.
I believe I used Channel Divinity to basically bring it back down into the water so it could be buried. Whatever remains.
Right.
See.
Fellows, it seems that I'm getting a strong woe from the bones. I'm not sure that the lizard people are in such a great state at the moment.
Okay.
There's great
very bad
danger
news.
there.
That's really bad news.
Okay.
Like great danger, like potentially they've been overrun by fish people.
Potentially, it feels like there's a treacherous plot or something afoot.
Okay, can anyone actually get some kind of magical communication with the Lizard Queen right now, or is that beyond our means?
I would need to
sending or-
sleep, and then I could send a bird, but unfortunately not today.
I could try something. It will be difficult, however.
I could send my owl by means of scouting. I could not communicate though.
That might. Would your owl go inside? I mean, that might be too dangerous for your owl. Would your owl be willing to try to go
It's
inside?
just a
the cave?
familiar. I can always resummon it.
Okay. It's like to kind of, if we're still planning on going, I'd like to just kind of know what we're walking into.
Taking a look around, are there any birds nearby, like just natural to the area?
Yes.
Excellent.
Uh,
Okay.
Nice.
In fact, I think we
that are not
A
seagulls.
little bit. Fine. Yes.
Well, as much as I
actually,
hate to do this, I would like to speak with the animals.
You poor
Okay,
bastard. What have you done?
yeah, just as
You
another
fool.
aside, I think a brief episode that happened at the end of the last session is there were seagulls that were kind of descending on the carcass. So yeah, I mean they're very much around. You also did see an eagle.
I remember the
One,
eagle.
one that
Okay.
Algalon didn't summon. That flew out toward the sea.
Yep. Came from the west, flew east.
I would like to try and communicate with the eagle.
The eagle is gone.
No, come back! Damn it. Okay.
The seagulls are very much around though.
Okay, I'll try and find one of the more buffer looking seagulls that could probably take a more faster flight. Excuse me, you there? The queen of this land needs you. I need you to send a message.
Are you speaking to it, or are you just
Yes, I'm using the speak with animals.
Okay. It says, "Well, if we can feast a little more on this carcass, then certainly."
How long
I mean,
will you need?
And by we, I mean me.
Okay. How long will you need?
Just a little while longer.
Okay. What I need you to do is
Chase away
fly.
these others. Chase away
Okay.
these others, and let me have a go with no interruptions.
Okay. Euripides just sends him forward, chasing the other birds off.
Okay. So yeah, it sits there, and I mean it's a wild bird, so it's used to having to be fairly efficient. You know, eating as fast as it possibly can. So yeah, it seems like it's pretty much full in a very short span of time.
While it's eating, I'm just gonna go to the north as quickly as you can, find a cave. And then if you can, return and give me the information that you can. I'll be heading in the same direction.
It says, "Oh, I know all about that cave. I live here."
Oh, you do? What
Yeah.
happened?
That's yeah, that's where those scaly lizards that walk on two legs live.
Yes.
They're okay. They feed us sometimes.
But has anything been happening recently?
Well, a bunch of them left and went that way. And he kind of like takes off and flies off in a generally southerly direction before coming back.
Shit.
Some sort of coup, perhaps?
No. Can we understand this, or is it like squawking?
Oh no,
back
it's
and forth?
squawking.
Oh no, this
Okay.
is squawking.
Okay.
This is mother just going just full on seagull talk right now.
We're all just giving you the side eye, very concerned. Like, have they lost it?
I'm
think they've
I'm
lost it.
smiling at him and kind of nodding.
Do you just naturally speak animal?
No, I
you
just
do.
appreciate what they're doing.
Did they seem to be protecting something or someone? How many were there?
Oh, many, 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 many.
Many.
Yes. Let's see how smart it is. It's going to roll intelligence. Ooh.
Dang.
A smart
I
bird.
chose
Looks like a smart
correctly.
bird.
This is a good bird.
I thought you were going for it for its size, not for its brains.
The size means it's eating well and it's intelligent enough to survive. I know these birds.
All right. So it says I think it was sent by the Queen. This party, this group, this bunch. It was to get food or something. Yeah.
How soon was this?
Oh, this was a few suns ago. More than one.
Just turn to the others, let him eat for a moment. It seems that a fair amount of the lizard folk forces were sent south.
Yes, we knew that.
You knew this already?
Well, yes, I sent word to them to help assist with the battle at SaltMarsh before it was a fight.
If they haven't come back yet, that's not great news.
Oh, I don't think they've. Well, that is true.
The bird say what? Does he know why they're like? Was it all warriors?
It looked like a fair amount of force. They were going out for food, apparently.
He says,
If that's the case.
no young ones.
Shit.
All big ones.
Big ones, he says.
He said they've not returned.
Have they returned?
No.
Winged one? No, they haven't.
That's not good.
It may have taken them a day or so to get there, and maybe headed back. As
True.
he said, the
problem.
she said
No.
the seagull. She said mother. You said that the seagull said they left several days ago. Yes.
Several days ago, yes. Several suns is what
Oh.
he said. So they might have attacked. How soon was Saltmarsh attacked?
Well, we took we took an Ennead break in Tribor, so if this is the same party, they've been annihilated.
No, I sent message to them hours before the attack. I didn't realize it was going to be that night.
If it takes them like a day and a half, 2 days max to walk from here to Saltmarsh, and after the attack we took an Ennead 9 days in Tribor. That's ample time for them to get there and go back.
Oh, then why did they leave several days ago?
Yeah, does the bird know? Can you ask the bird? Was it 9 suns ago or less that they left?
How many suns did they leave? Winged one.
I don't know. I lose track after one, but they
Fair.
left.
That's fair.
They left after we were given 1,000 teeth scraps. There was a big meal given to him. We got what was left. Now, of course, I have eaten 1,000 teeth, so now
Out of curiosity, Winged One, what exactly did 1,000 Teeth eat?
1,000 teeth ate everything, but the
Big feast.
big feast, the queen and other reptiles that walk erect presented it with great gifts.
I see.
God.
I see. Just looks back down
Yeah. So let's.
at the water, then looks over at Algalon. Algalon, my dear boy, I suggest that if we do go and meet Her Majesty, hide that by any means.
It is of no consequence to me if we speak with her. We
Right,
can
but
leave.
Algalon, just so you know,
Yes.
they were feeding this creature. You were aware of that, right?
No. I am now, but I was not privy to that information before this.
Yeah, we kind of assumed it was like a thorn in their side. I guess that's not the case.
Now, where I come from,
It might have not been that case.
no, where I come from, we do give offerings to Pelor as well for
Yes.
appeasement. They may not have been feeding this as a pet, but more as a
higher being,
an exchange, a truce,
Yes.
not a higher
truce.
being. So, I believe they said that this was an issue for them earlier. So
Yeah, I could have sworn they did say that.
maybe they were feeding it so as to not have him eat them, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. I think that is where we can agree. Okay, so I still suggest that we might want to check in on them. However, I believe the woe might have been the situation of the fact that you were the ones that sent them in regards to them, not to me.
If we wish to leave, we can, and in the morning I can send a bird to give them a message. Unfortunately, I won't be able to hear their answer, but that is...
Perhaps we can do this a different way. They're angry at you. They're not angry at me or Ruin.
You ask them. I do not know why they are angry at me. I have done nothing to them.
Well, I suggest that if they do see illy towards you, we can give you the information if you need it.
Very well. Where shall we go from here? So the speaking with them is no longer on the table. And that is fine with me. I have what I came for. I'm fine going north or going back south.
I guess we need to talk to him right now. Hope they're okay.
It would be well suited, yes.
Go north.
Do we need rest? Is anyone in need of tending to? You said something about gout earlier, Ralston. Is that still acting up?
Oh yes, I meant to ask. What is that?
It's
Basically in my
accumulation
toe.
of uric acid in the joints.
I say I could probably use a good Iniad to rest it off, but I think we're already out here. You might as well head north.
I'm here for the time being, and I'll go ahead and spend a quick 5 points of lay on hands to at least reduce the infection.
Thank you.
Ralston has gout. It's canon.
We'll fix it up when we get back to a more drier place. Don't worry.
Sounds good.
All right. So what are you doing?
Headed north,
I think
right?
we're heading north. Yeah.
For Mother's thing. Scriptures. Find out what the hell's going on.
Heading north.
I thought we were checking in with the Queen real quick, just in case they actually need
No,
help.
we're skipping the queen.
That's
We are?
yeah. It's probably after killing this thing. it's
Ruin's
probably
getting
not a
woe.
good-
You're telling me they're pissed off at me. So sounds like we're skipping the
I
queen.
don't think they're pissed off at you per se. That's not exactly what the bird said. That's what I'm thinking because the fact that, well, you did send them, didn't you?
I asked for their assistance. I didn't order them to do anything. That's their queen.
There was no. Did you ever see them?
No, I sent the bird to give them a message. Or no, I asked for we did a message spell, but and asked them for help, and then the human said that they would talk about updating the treaty.
So
Never saw them in
the
person.
forces were sent out, but you never met them.
I was never told the forces were sent out.
Yeah, we kind of
Because the
assumed-
conversation got left off with they want a huge chunk of land and they'll help, and I never spoke to them after that.
And SaltMarsh fell.
Yep.
Like immediately after.
So hold
Later
on.
that day.
This concerns me. So they sent the forces, which you were unaware of. You did not see or any interaction of the lizard folk during the entire incursion.
Correct.
So where are they?
Well, the thing is,
Were they too late?
yeah, I mean, as far as that, yeah, from the time Algalon sent the message to when SaltMarsh fell, they wouldn't have had time to actually walk the SaltMarsh.
Yeah, it was hours. It was within hours from when I sent the message to when SaltMarsh
Yeah.
fell.
So it's very
Well-
troubling that they haven't returned yet.
Yes, because in most intelligent cases, if you see a town completely under siege and in ruin and burning, in the case that you're stating, they would simply turn back if they had any mindful recollection.
Yes.
So-
but what you're
Postro?
failing to understand is the bird said they left several days ago. They would not send
Yes.
people out several days ago when SaltMarsh fell over an Iniad ago. They
Yes.
may just be hunting.
That's hopefully the case.
Then why are they so angry?
We're just talking in circles now, Mother. You
Yeah,
may need to
and-
read
I
your
mean-
book some more.
As far as the scrying
They're
or
empty.
whatever Runded goes, they're probably gonna be pissed that we killed this crocodile.
This is why we need to leave to find the rest of your
Yeah.
books, because you are very much not yourself when you don't know the answer.
I'm not entirely sure this is just me, but okay. Yes.
Technically we don't have anything to offer them. Like usually we sell them things from time to time when they
Just-
stop by.
Mother brings out the longsword. I
Oh,
did
that's
bring
fine.
this.
It's true.
It
We
was
did
for
bring-
her, with the intentions of bargaining.
That's right, we did
You-
get. I think I got something too, didn't I? Like from Tribal.
It's a fine blade, and it was intended to be a gift. I'm not entirely sure. I would like to hold on to a gift that I was intending to give. Does not speak well within the fates of giving.
If you really want to, we can swing in quick. On the, I'm kind of curious where that party is. My fear is they're gonna be so upset with us, either over the alligator or the fact that she just sent the bulk of her warriors off to their death, that things aren't gonna go well.
Perhaps they don't know about the crocodile, and as you said, it seemed that it was a thorn in their side. The issue for me is whether or not they still have their forces, and if, in fact, they did send out a multitude of their forces, what happens if they got attacked in the process?
Okay.
They would probably fall, much like SaltMarsh.
Then we need to clear them out.
All right. I mean, I'm not totally against still visiting the lizard people. Let's do it then. Hope it doesn't go poorly.
It seems very logical to be here. We are just around the corner, as you say. And if they do seem ill-will towards you, then we can leave.
I will stay back.
I don't mind going there, but just a word of caution. You see how this bone is perched upon its side like that? That's a clear sign of danger. We can expect a battle at some point. I can't say with who.
Yeah, they could have. Perhaps that group that was seen was some sort of exodus, and their cave connects directly to the ocean. Could be they've already fallen to the fish people. Caution. Either they perhaps.
If there was an exodus, there would be younglings.
That's a good point. That's actually a great point.
Included.
So, if they were attacked while their warriors were away, that's probably the worst case scenario for them. Perhaps we should.
All the more reason to go in now. Yes.
Perhaps we should find a spot within view of the entrance that we can just kind of hide out in for a couple hours and just watch the comings and goings.
I can simply observe them with my owl if you'd like.
Oh yeah, hell yes, yes. And what's the range on your owl?
I'm not sure that it has a range, to be honest.
Yeah, send him over to the entrance, see if he can, or she. I guess I don't know, but if they can kind of discern any sort of activity at the entrance.
You know what? I will help you with eyes on the ground. Euripides, it has been an honor. Gives a bow towards the axe beak, and I will cast Find Steed again to bring out Horatio. Small corgi jumps out.
All right.
Little smaller, so you should be able to stealth through.
I will simply observe from a distance and try and get a look at what's going on in the encampment.
Yeah, anyone coming and going from the cave entrance?
All right, so
Understood.
where are you all?
We're
Oh
basically
yes, we still have the issue of getting there.
Oh yeah, we got to cross this damn river first too.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I can send
Yeah,
the owl if it would.
Good.
I mean,
Yeah, might as well go ahead and send them.
All right, so you're kind of settling down for the time being here at the confluence.
Seems like.
Yeah, I think so. Just see if the owl reports anything.
Okay, and the owl is going by itself.
Can an owl carry a corgi? Out of curiosity.
I don't think so. Unless maybe it's like a great horned owl or something like a really big species owl.
just a very small barn owl. Nothing special. I doubt that very much.
Yeah, he's not gonna carry a corgi.
I mean, there's things on like the Nature Channel where like a hawk picks up like a goat. I mean,
I've heard like shit about large eagles.
Yeah, but this is an owl. They hunt small critters.
Yeah, an owl's not going to be able to carry a corgi.
Alright, Horatio sticks.
All right, so you are essentially camping out here at the confluence, and Ruin is sending his owl. Where exactly?
Wherever you can get close enough to observe without, engaging with them or anything. Just seeing, who's coming and going, what the general state of affairs is, that sort of thing.
Would I not be able to, Ivan, give him exact directions to the main entrance with my Outlander background?
More or less. So, I mean, there's kind of this outcropping of rock, more or less directly above you, actually, since it starts here. So, I mean, I guess in principle you could send the owl to the top and to find a tree to sit on and watch. I mean, presumably if they emerge, I mean, since most of you have been there, it would probably head down the path as opposed to like uphill. I mean, unless they had some reason to do that.
Suppose if it doesn't see the comings and goings right away, it could do like a flyby of the entrance and take a look.
Yeah, there's a door to see if the door to it's damaged or anything like that. Yeah, Yeah, that'd be useful.
I mean, worst case scenario, I could just send it directly into the camp, mindless of its safety. It is just a familiar that I can resummon if it's killed.
Okay. I mean, there may be a door / gate blocking it, but yeah, if it's open or something, if you don't mind, might as well. Can't hurt anything.
All right. So what are its instructions to
Its
fly
instructions
in?
are to try and observe from a distance if it can. If there's nothing in particular it can make out from that distance, it can get progressively slower, up to and including going directly into the camp, mindless of whether or not anybody notices it.
Okay, so is it being sent to observe, or is it being sent to go in?
Observe and infiltrate if there's nothing to observe.
So if it doesn't see anything as soon as it gets to the top of the outcropping, it's supposed to look for an entrance.
Suppose it'll sit and wait at the top of the outcropping for, let's say, 15 minutes and see if there's comings and goings it can observe. And should those comings and goings not happen, meaning like they're camped inside and not coming out, then I suppose it'll first go down closer to look and then progressively closer until it can see something.
Okay. So the owl flies off, and you guys do whatever it is that you do. Are you like getting something to eat, starting fires, or are you kind of hunkered down and trying to keep a low profile?
Probably keeping a low profile for right now.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what to expect.
Okay.
Ralston will probably keep a lookout.
Mother will do the same. He'll have Horatio check the perimeter real quick.
All right.
Can I also help with that? If assist one of them if possible.
Yeah. So, well, how far are you patrolling, roughly?
Horatio can reach for a mile out.
Well, yeah, but that's not the question. The question
for
is
the
how
general,
far
yeah.
you're actually going.
He's gonna go out for maybe another 100 or so feet to just keep a general patrol.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I guess the main issue is that you can't actually get much further toward where you probably want to go without crossing the river. So, I mean, you can patrol this way if you
Right.
want. And, I mean, what applies to Horatio applies to the rest of you as well, aside from the owl that can fly.
He'll just keep an eye on the coastline when he gets to here, and then continue to patrol around there.
All right. And I guess, yeah, the others that are helping with this endeavor are doing more or less the same thing, unless I hear different. But the owl returns in about a half hour.
Yeah, we do have 10 minutes. Okay. You know what? I will ritual cast detect magic real quick.
Okay.
See if we got anything nearby sparking off any particular magical auras.
Everything seems in a stasis-like state. In other words, no heightened auras arising from anything aside from Drazer's sword, maybe.
Hmm.
And the bag.
Okay.
Wow. What's the range on that?
30 feet. So
Yeah.
as long as I'm moving around and just
Right.
walking with Horatio, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, the owl returns after about a half hour and perches on Ruin's shoulder. I don't know if you're saying anything, but if you are, you're muted.
Oh my gosh, sorry. I said I asked the owl what it saw.
So you communicate with it telepathically?
Yes.
Okay. So the owl says, I flew to the top of the outcropping. There wasn't anything happening below it, as far as I could see. And nothing significant out at the Great Water either. So then, after I waited for a while, I flew down in the direction of where you said there might be a way in under the hill, and there was a wooden barrier of some sort. And since you didn't say anything about that, I just came back.
You saw no comings or goings?
No.
Could you infiltrate the wooden barrier if you needed to?
It seems like it's the kind of thing that you people would open probably easily, but for me, it would probably be a challenge.
So like a closed door.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just relay that information. So Tawny couldn't. It seems like they've barred themselves inside, which would track if they sent out their main defenders. He can't get in, so I'm not sure what that tells us, but it is some information.
I guess as a way of contextualizing that information, since Algalon and Ralston and Razor have been here. I don't think anyone else has. You haven't been here, have you, Baron? No.
No.
Yeah, so those three have been here. So you do remember that there was a wooden door, somewhat rickety,
Yeah.
but nevertheless,
Okay.
Well,
Seems
if in the past it's been open to visitors, it seems like now it's closed.
always kept it closed before.
it was always closed, and I think you either opened it or rapped on it, but it being closed doesn't sound irregular to you, given what you have observed yourselves.
What about the
Exactly.
lack of comings and goings?
That's usually fairly common too.
Yeah. Well, I remember the last, wasn't it? I think the first time we went out here, we staked it out for quite a few hours before. I don't think they actually sent anyone out until nightfall, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's
that seems,
cool.
at least the way it looks from that, it's just basically business as usual. But I mean, God knows what's going on inside. If we can get up there and just peek in, if it's, I think they had torches on the wall before, but if something's happened, possibly no one's replaced the torches, and if it's just pitch black in there, I can scout in a ways and see what's going on fairly safely. An option.
Well,
Should we-
if we're going, perhaps we should just go after we rest.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Unless anyone has any objections. Go on, you still you wanted to wait outside?
I'm sorry, what?
You prefer to wait outside the
Oh.
lizard cave when we go?
Yes, if you think that they have issues towards me, though I still don't understand why. But
I don't know why they would, unless they really cherish that alligator. But from what I remember it was bothering them. So
right, and from my understanding, they wouldn't know it is dead.
yes, but the reading is troubling. That ruin made with the bones. I see something going on.
The bones landed exactly as they did before we got attacked by those trees.
Oh, that's. I mean, my guess is they've been overrun. They sent their warriors away either to help us or on a hunting expedition, and then they were attacked by the fish people.
The bones didn't land exactly like they did then. There was a unique configuration that you noticed this time that wasn't present for that reading.
But the danger part?
No, the other part.
But the danger part was the same. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, that part was the same.
What was the other part?
Treachery. There's a plot afoot. There's something going on.
Oh boy. Okay, well that's disconcerting.
Treachery.
Yeah, that's treachery. Can anyone think of Algon, can you think of any reason why they would want to turn on us? Top of your head?
The only thing I can think of would be that we worked with the humans.
Are there political factions within the lizard folk who might oppose the queen?
Just not that we've seen. Their rule looked pretty absolute. I mean, Drazer, you've known them as long as. Can you think of anything you have done to offend them or piss them off? Yeah. No, nor can I.
No, I mean, we did attack them at first, but then we switched sides to them.
Oh yes, we killed many of theirs.
Yes, we did. Thank you.
I would also like to put forward the piece of play that they might not be doing this willingly. Did they ever say anything about having resistances to mind altering or particular spell effects?
I do not believe that came up, no.
Yeah, they don't.
I remember them eating some of the fish people.
Oh yes.
They were eating fish people?
They did have a fish person in their stores.
It could be the fact that, as much as I'd hate to say it, that some of the forces that were meddling with Sanctuary might have also been, or shall I say, SaltMarsh might have also been the lizard folk. They might have joined forces either by weaker of mind or by lack of power.
They would not have done so willingly, I can assure you.
Also bears mentioning that they know the location of the Swagan stronghold. Remembers that, and they wanted us to go and attack it.
Yes, they gave us a rough idea of where it was.
Yeah, I mean, maybe since that hasn't been done, that upset them. I mean, they seem to want that done.
I'm just trying to figure out where exactly this large force has gone.
Yeah, that is key.
Yes, we need to rest.
Okay. Does anyone have any sort of ability that could tell us if the queen is alive? Dead?
Well, I mean, I could cast the bones, but it would have to be at the start of a new day.
DM, about how far away from the cave dwelling are we? Do we know offhand?
Not that far at all. I mean,
within 1,000 feet.
You are.
Ooh. No, that's hold on. I might have something actually.
You are within 1,000 feet, yes.
Okay, and Deeper into the cave as well, do you think would be within 1,000 feet?
Deeper within the cave could be within 1,000 feet, but then you're coming up against issues of blockage.
Right.
I don't know what you're casting. I'm just saying in general.
I am going. If you give me, oh, never mind. I cannot ritual cast this. I will cast locate object, and I will give a description of the queen's headdress.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Also, I could. Well, are Swagan and or fish people aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead? Fall in that category.
You can roll history.
Okay.
Also, I should point out there's a logical fallacy there, and that's that if you were the presence or not presence of the queen's headdress has nothing to do with whether or not she's alive.
Right, I understand
Well,
this, but this would give us at least an information to know that the headdress is within the vicinity.
Yeah, exactly.
So then we can determine one of
headdress is
two
gone.
things. We can determine the headdress is with the queen, or they have removed the queen from the headdress.
Yes.
You guys
Did I
didn't know.
do my
taking on
own
a
personal
decision.
history?
Did you?
I'm sorry, what, Ivan? I didn't hear you.
I said you guys didn't know you were taking on a logician into the party, did you?
No, and a human at that.
No.
Thank you.
An intelligence of 20 has to count for something, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Yes, it counts to piss people. No, I'm just kidding.
The question
history?
is, what's the wisdom score that's balancing that 20 intelligence?
Mine's
Poor,
only.
very, very poor.
Yeah, that's where my wisdom kicks in.
Ivan, does that history check get me anything?
So you don't think any of them qualify as any of that?
Okay.
You're not entirely sure about the shark people. They may be aberrations or part aberrations.
Okay, and lizard people definitely wouldn't be in that category either.
The fish people?
No, the lizard people wouldn't be any of that either, for sure. I would think.
Those are usually humanoid.
Okay.
Yeah, the lizard people you think are almost certainly.
All right. I mean, if we're camping here for the night anyways or resting, I might as well just focus my primeval awareness and just see what I pick up, I guess.
All right.
Are we camping? What time is it?
It was about noon when that whole throwdown took place, and you've been kind of doing this and that, skinning and surveying the land. So it's heading on into late afternoon, which basically means that sundown is probably about an hour away at this point, since the sun sets early.
Okay. I guess we might as well.
Are the
night.
lizard people in your experience? Because having just stated that I have very little experience, but are they nocturnal in?
I honestly don't. I've seen them active both in day and night. I guess when we first encountered them, they appeared more active at night. That's when they exited the cave.
Well, I shall set Tawny to fly around the open space in front of their cave entrance just in case.
Okay. They're doing this, Ivan. Level 1.
All right. So you are blowing a spell slot on trying to determine whether any of those things are present.
Yes, within 1 mile, I think, for level. Oh, 6. 1 mile. Oh, wait, what the?
I think it's
1
variable,
mile.
actually.
Oh, up to 6. Yes, it'd be 1 mile, I think, for level 1. I think it goes up.
Right.
first, but yeah, so I'm just doing a level 1 spell slot, but 1 mouse would be sufficient.
All right. And why is that font so faint?
Right.
I was wondering that when I posted it. Raj.
Yes, I have detected that her crown or headdress is close.
Okay. Well,
It
Well,
appears to be within this rock outcropping.
Does your
She's
spell
here.
tell you if it was moving?
It does, and it is not. No, I cannot see it. I just sense it's there. Isn't that where the large sand dirt pit was when we were there last?
that like mud
Yes.
part of the cave?
Where we found the armor?
I believe so. I think that's C, right?
C is
Ivan?
the entrance.
Isn't D the main entrance and C is the
Oh.
like the spot where the big lizard tracks and shit? No? Maybe mixed up then.
Yeah, I thought we came in at C when we first invaded.
Yeah.
Oh, we did. Okay.
And
So
then
where is the?
So I think this is where that dirt with the armor was.
Okay. Okay.
Just doing a rough idea in my head of the map because we kept going down and left.
As in a burial mound?
No. I mean, I don't think so. It was basically they have larger lizards as like guard dogs and
I would
pets.
say it was more of a pen.
Yes. There you go.
As in something that a person could be thrown into? Would there be any reason why the queen would be inside the pen?
Sleeping?
Don't know their customs. I don't know why someone high up in their leadership would be in that area. It doesn't seem.
It could be her pets. And she likes to
That's true.
sleep with her pets. Our relationship with them is more of business and professional than
Yes.
personal.
No
That
way, is
seems
there a
like a bit
mystery?
of a stretch, but
Actually, you're right, Ralston.
Oh, it was D?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And C is where the mud pen was.
Gotcha. Then we
Okay.
never made it that far.
You never made it that far, but I guess given the owl's inspection and your own Ralston's sense of the lay of the land, since he's good at that sort of thing, that's how you figure the access points to this place are configured.
All right, so forget everything I just said. That was where that pit was. No. Oh, okay.
That's a wonderful story you told us, Algalon. Do tell us another.
Sorry, I am just looking at this stone. It is mesmerizing. I'm not paying attention.
Yes, yeah. If we're just
Yes, you were telling us a tale about dragons and pixie fire.
God.
So, are you basically settling down for the night?
It seems like it. If we are, I'll start trying to scrounge us up something to eat.
Okay.
I will help you with this endeavor if you need it, Austin.
How many of us are there? I think under normal circumstances I should just be fine. on my own. Let me look.
Well, there are lots of seagulls, and also, I mean, there is this husk which is still full of meat. I mean, if you just
how do you guys feel about alligator tonight?
I mean, yeah, it's right there. You figure there's probably not a drive-in within striking distance. So, I mean, if you're looking for, just something to eat as opposed to, your burger your way.
Oh God.
I mean, if
Tawny
you wanted an
did
alligator
see
burger,
Tawny did see a Subway as she was flying over, but that's
yeah.
Oh yeah.
The bread
See,
is
I
really
think I'd
cake.
rather.
Like,
I think I'd
Yeah,
rather have the alligator. Thank you.
yeah.
Subway has gone really downhill the past couple of years. Yeah, I'll cut us off enough, like a party size appropriate.
I mean,
portion.
after they released the Beholder Baguette, they kind of gotten a little out of the way.
All right. So, are you having an alligator melt?
Yes, that sounds delicious.
I prefer the 5-nut footlong, but yes.
Are you toasting it? To continue with this metaphor?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you might as well.
Oh, that was actually
I never get it toasted, but I think we should try it toasted today.
We should totally try it toasted.
I guess what I'm getting at is
if we're cooking alligator, yeah.
Or cooking anything, really.
Yes.
Yes, you are cooking it?
Yeah, like I said, I'll cut off like a party size appropriate amount of meat for all of us. So like basically like
you cut off a hunk of meat for me, I'll just hand it back to you.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I'll just put that on the Drazer's pile.
Yeah.
I'm sure he probably eats as much as the rest of us combined.
No.
Yes. And yeah, I'll proceed to, as long as it's not like too much of an issue, proceed to start a fire and start roasting it. Toasting
I'll send Horatio out to find any herbs or any particular vegetation that looks edible for Algalon to inspect.
Algalon
see
is
whether or not
a
he's
very strange point in time to go vegan. Horatio is not really native to this environment, and I guess Horatio's owner, just
certainly not so.
Yeah, doesn't really see this as being particularly propitious to herbs. I mean, partly because it's winter and partly because it is a swamp. So, I mean, there are, especially considering it's unseasonably warm, there is film of algae on some portions of one of the other rivers. And I guess there's sort of like lily pads in the water here and there. But other than that, you don't really see much in the way of things that could be herbs. There's some like sickly looking trees covered with weird ivy and vines that you've seen elsewhere. But I guess given what that usually means, it's not particularly encouraging to you.
Mm-hmm.
So Algalon, he doesn't want to consume crocodile.
Who said that?
Say, just as being around this area for a while, I'm kind of more in tune with the land than others. I wouldn't trust a lot of the plant life around here because of this strange blight that we don't really understand that's going around. There's just no telling how much plant life it's corrupted.
Oh no, I'm fine with eating crocodile. I figured since he was cooking it, I'd give him the chunk of meat he gave me back to cook that.
Oh, that's
okay.
I'll roast that shit as long as there's no issue starting a fire.
But you were rejecting it for a moment.
Oh no, I figured if it's being cooked, might as well cook it now.
Could we cook a bunch of it and, preserve it, keep hold of it?
Yeah, exactly, like trail jerky. Pocket bacon.
Do we have salt? Do we have salt? We should have some salt.
What is up with the Tony Tonester?
The owl, I believe.
Tony?
The owl, isn't it named Tony?
Tony.
Yeah, she's patrolling near the entrance.
Tawny. Gotcha. Okay, so you're still patrolling?
The owl's just patrolling because I suspect that these lizard people might be more active at night, and I don't want us to get ambushed.
Okay. Are you patrolling either access or just kind of on top
Let's say
in general?
just north of where we are.
Okay.
I'm gonna regret saying this. How far across is the water here?
How far across is the water? Where exactly?
Right here.
30 feet, maybe.
30 feet?
Yeah.
So it's a reasonable sized amount that Drazer could technically throw either Horatio or Mother across that.
Maybe. Although landing might be kind of unpleasant.
We'll cross that river when we cross it.
Perhaps
like
he
to bring
could
out
just,
before
perhaps he
anything
could
else
just
happens.
use a swimming form and ferry us.
I prefer not to have someone freeze their ass off during the nighttime. But I would have to agree that if we are wishing to at least get closer, might as well get across the river.
Oh, that
like to bring
wouldn't
up
be a
too-
problem, but I didn't think we wanted to get over on that side. If you
think
wish,
it's
just
an
let
issue.
me know.
I'd just like to bring up
I-
quickly that there are Fae within a mile of us.
Excuse me, that would have been nice to know. What was that?
It just came to me. There are Fae within a mile of us. How many
There's
and
Fae.
what type? I have no idea.
Pawnee is
I
a
see.
fae. My familiar is a fae.
Technically, you would also be sensing celestial, just looking down at Horatio.
I said celestial. Did
Yes.
I rather? Okay. So yes, there I do sense Fae and celestial, but it seems that has an explanation. So yeah, I think we're fairly safe camping here tonight, barring any thing coming from the lizard folk cave.
How many fans celestial again?
Unknown.
No idea of the number. I just know
Oh.
if it's within a mile.
Yeah, they're a good fae, so keep that in mind. Although, given the situation, I'm not entirely sure.
Roll intelligence for me, Ralston.
I'm gonna be right back.
How am I not?
Gotta use the bathroom, get a drink.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm stupid. Oh.
There we go.
Yeah, maybe it's the presence of all these seagulls, but
Oh,
you
God.
do recall, yeah, exactly. You recall that a certain seagull-connected person was definitely Fae and talked about it a lot.
So I guess as you guys are explaining to me that it's probably your familiars, you see Ralston kind of like his back shoots straight up, and you see like sweat on his brow.
Is something wrong, dear? Is the gout
Right.
acting up again?
His eyes just start darting around, and his mouth kind of goes agape for a little bit, and Mother says that he kind of just like snaps out of it and looks, no, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. It's probably
Are you needing me to
Oh,
check it?
God.
Are you feeling numb down there?
No.
Is it feeling down?
No. Everything's fine.
Are you sure? Would you like me to check?
No, everything's fine.
You seem to be sweating, dear. Are you catching a fever?
I just suddenly felt unwell. I need. To
Are
sit
you
down.
feeling delirious now? Come here. I just start
Mother check
rising
your
up.
temperature.
Like Ross is like kind of half there, like half present, and you can just tell.
No,
he's like,
okay. Just sit down. Just pushes the shoulders back to a sitting position, just so you are eye level again.
sit down, and I'm just
Look,
kind of
look
like,
at me. Look at me. Look at the finger. There we go. Focus on the finger. Are you okay?
I'll be fine. We'll all be fine.
Just
Yes,
pulls the finger to the right. Just follow the finger.
kind of
Are his
just
eyes are his like
yeah,
pupils dilated?
yeah.
Is he
Like
okay?
you could tell he's like kind of following the finger, but almost like constantly looking past it in a way, like not really focusing on it 100% of the
Just
time.
check over my shoulder for a second. Go back, just put the finger again, just follow the eyes. You seem a little traumatized here. Is something the matter?
Uh, no, no. It's and then he kind of gives one more quick look around. It's no, it just something came over me. I think it's gonna be okay. It kind of wiped my forehead, and it kind of
Was it the
seems like
same thing that affected me when I tried to come into the cave? Like when we first met? Like that kind of feeling?
I don't know. No, I just got a really, I don't want to. I mean, it's too early to tell. I just got a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. It felt almost like some kind of unspeakable doom was approaching, but it's past now.
I have that
Just
feeling too
narrows her eyes.
from time to time, and I find out I usually ate some weird vegetables and it's gas. Do you need to
Sure,
fart,
that's
Ralston?
So,
It's
Are
okay,
you
we're all friends here,
feeling
buddy.
constipated?
We're all friends here. It's okay.
as this discussion is happening, Tawny once again returns and perches on Ruin's shoulder.
You just
You,
need to let it all out.
Please, what did you see?
There are two upright personages of a distinctly reptilian persuasion. They're heading this way.
Weapons?
Or yes, they are armed. They have another reptile with them that is walking on four legs, and they seem to be carrying a large fish, which is dead.
I shall relay this information.
You just tell us what he said.
Yes, verbatim.
We need to hide the.
We need to leave.
Alligator. Get the alligator. Can we all work together and push this sucker into the river? Like we. Need to get
Yeah,
now.
I can do that.
I'm gonna immediately go over to the alligator and trying to shove it into the water. Or runs the hell.
Panic, I'm
I
gonna jump
wanted
up and try my
leftovers
best to
now.
help.
Come on.
Reach out a hand, channel divinity. I will go ahead and cast Nature's Wrath, bring the vines out, and drag the corpse into the water.
All right.
How big is Thousand Tooth's head about?
It's about 5-7 feet long.
Okay.
Just point of order. You said we were all over here, right?
Yeah, by G.
G, yeah.
Yeah.
Character over there, in case we get attacked.
So are we meeting them, or are we staying here?
I mean, I think if it's just two of them and one of those lizards, I think we should at least talk to them and see what's going on, because they're not that threatening.
Yes, well, if our plan was to go up to the front door and walk in anyway, this would be even better.
Yeah, but let's
Yes.
make sure this thing's in the water and floating downriver before they get here.
Since it's been some time, DM, during this 10 minutes I was concentrating on locate object, did it move at all?
No.
Okay. Figure, just want to make
Uh,
sure.
Did the croc go
No.
under the water with the vines, or is it still
What's that I'm trying to determine?
okay?
As I see it, it makes something restrained. It doesn't say it can move things.
Right. You can
Can
see
help
it's
it under the
reach
water
for
with
a
my
creature.
telekinesis.
Yeah.
Yes,
I can-
apologies. I need to help my wife with something for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay,
I can help push it under the water with my telekinesis.
What's the poundage on that?
It's not listed.
I had the general idea that it reached out 10 feet and brought it downwards to restrain it.
I mean, that may be. But that doesn't say that it gets moved.
Right.
I could also use some sort of obfuscating prestidigitation on it.
But if you could at least force
big,
it down
but-
under the water, then I could technically restrain it in that position under the water.
There also is quite a bit of blood on land. I mean, there is some in the river as well, but I guess most of that has gotten washed away.
I will use shape water to try and clean the blood off. Moving water from the delta or the river and trying to, put it deeper in the dirt or wipe it into the river. 5 cubic feet at a time.
You know what? Mother's gonna hand Horatio let's see, what can I do with this? Yeah, I'm gonna hand him a bucket. And just have him just run around with the water so Algalon can manipulate it in the area. You know what? I'll just hand him my helmet instead.
We're near a giant water source, and the croc died between these two islands, if I remember.
Is the owl staying put after having returned?
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose I could send them up to watch and see them coming, but it seemed he described a pretty good sense that they were coming directly this way.
Not sure what to make of that one.
And then if you need somebody to sink the croc, Drazer could just sit on it. Everyone has water breathing for 24 hours.
Anyway, I mean, we've tore the shreds at this point.
Yeah.
Big thing. But especially given that role, yeah, Bruin does manage to shove it into the water. There are still a few bloodstains and scraps, mostly created by the seagulls.
Well, we just had a fight here anyway with fish people, right?
I'll try and have Horatio pick up some of the scraps. He's hungry anyways.
I'm gonna keep trying to wash the blood away with shape water.
All right. So in a short while, what is dark vision? It's not quite dark yet, but it's twilight-ish.
Mother, I believe.
All right. So
Ralston has dark vision, I believe.
I think that's correct. So yeah, you two, you see two upright shapes approaching you from the north, more or less.
They seem to be coming from across the water.
Yeah, they seem to be coming from here
Okay.
somewhere. There's another quadrupedal shape that's with them that seems to be cold-blooded. So I guess is coming across as a cooler color for your dark vision. I mean, I guess dark vision isn't infravision exactly, but
No.
But why the hell not?
I mean, you're the DM, you know.
Exactly.
Have we been alerted of the people?
Yeah, he told us before they were coming, which is why we started panicking cleanup.
Right.
Yeah.
If need be, if you guys can hide well enough, I can try to talk them away and just say that I'm out enjoying the river.
I'm not entirely sure that this is a situation of they wouldn't try to kill you on sight, dear boy.
Well, if they try to, then that's where you guys ambush them.
If they need ambushing.
If they don't kill me, if they don't try to kill me, they don't need ambushing.
Fair enough.
All right. So
I'm gonna slip on Horatio.
Okay. So yeah, at this point, you can all see these two figures, and they essentially like come to the opposite side of the river from you. They appear to have a large quadrupedal lizard with them. He's just kind of creeping along the ground, and they're carrying some sort of like stick on their shoulder, and tied or suspended from the stick is indeed a large fish that looks like it's almost their size. But they see you, and they emit some hissing noises toward you. They don't appear to be doing anything aggressive. You think they're saying something.
Does anybody speak their language?
A few of them have been known to speak common, but not many. And to my knowledge, none of us can communicate with them,
What
other than
language
who
do
can
they
speak
speak?
common. You would have to ask them. I don't know.
You don't think by chance they're talking gnome, are you?
I've never spoken gnome, so I don't know.
Well, I can speak a number of languages, and I'm wondering if I speak it.
What languages do you speak?
Deep speech, celestial, let's see, elvish, common, undercommon.
You should replace undercommon with something else, because that you wouldn't know. The other ones are fine.
Well, I'm not gonna replace it with what I think they speak. That would be too obvious. So.
Right. But I guess for future reference.
So assumingly they're not speaking any of those languages.
No.
And I'll assume they're not speaking Elvish, because I assume Elvish would be more elegant.
No. Ruin speaks Elvish, and he doesn't understand them. So it wouldn't be Elvish anyway. And I think Ralston speaks Elvish as well, if memory serves. So
Pick up Duolingo and start picking up another language.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you miss one less, and then he sends an assassin after you.
Right.
We'll kill the assassin. Get bonus stuff. Worth.
So they appear to hiss amongst themselves for a little while. And then they set the stick with the fish down on the ground. And one of them begins to walk back to where they came from. The other one stays put.
Drazer, you didn't get a symbol or anything from them last time we were here, did you?
No.
To designate who you are?
No.
I didn't think so. We don't have any kind of marking or like badge to say, hey, we're friends.
We could try this. Just shows her holy symbol. The familiar sun-like sun, as well as the spindle in the middle. I don't think they are followers, though. Are they followers of Pelor? Or is this, dare I
I
say,
don't remember. I don't think so.
for the time being, she'll just slip it back under the armor.
So you're gonna stay put and wait?
I'm going to approach them and pull out the gaggle of like every common religious symbol. Do any of these seem familiar that they might know, maybe?
When you say gaggle of common symbols, what do you mean exactly?
I keep multiple holy symbols on me to invoke whatever deity may come useful at any given moment. So I'm hoping that because I imagine I wouldn't have like one-offs, but more common ones I probably would have.
All right. So, well, first of all, yeah, they are 3 feet across the river from you. So, I'm
Asking
assuming
the group if they recognize any of the symbols.
it's also, I guess, growing dark at this point.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, based on what you can see, you don't really detect any kind of reaction from them whatsoever.
And that's not what I said. Okay.
What did you say?
I pull them out and show our group and ask if any of these symbols seem familiar from whenever they visited them last time.
I don't remember any religious symbols there. I mean, there was the old Elvish, but nothing religious.
Yeah.
Ralston, you don't remember?
Guys...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Are they as anti-magic as everybody else?
Not really.
Not really.
A spell wouldn't make them freak out or anything?
It might make them freak out, but not because it's magic.
Not because it's magic.
Yes.
Maybe, a light spell, so that everything's illuminated?
But you said there were torches at the entrance, yes?
Yeah, it shouldn't cause an issue that I understand.
Okay, well, I'll cast a light spell and illuminate so everybody can see each other.
Very bright. Okay, just blinks away for a moment, adjusting to the light again. Need to get used to that. Can you see clearly? I can't see that well right now, just squinting her eyes slightly, just turning away.
Sorry, Baron, I don't think your religious symbols will help.
I have no idea who they are. Seems like you guys know, so also maybe there's something I can do to help.
Okay,
Would you like to know?
I'll walk a little bit closer and say, "Do you speak common?"
You hear more hissing in response.
Can't believe I'm gonna say this. Baron, can you yell to them and let them know that this is misfortune's curse?
I can do that, but give me a second. I'm trying to see.
I turned to Ralston.
That-
We really need to change that name.
What name?
Misfortune's curse.
Certainly.
Oh, you don't even
I'm
remember.
sorry.
Okay.
Wait, what is that? What's misfortune's curse?
I just shake my head.
I'm going to take an approach and call out what he said, basically calling out about misfortune's curse, seeing if maybe they make any visual change in their stance, stature, anything.
There's only one.
No,
there.
not as far as I can tell. And I mean, he is distant, and it is dark at this point.
It was worth a shot. Maybe they knew.
Sure.
That is what we called
Sorry.
ourselves last time we were here and spoke to the queen.
You called yourself
Yeah, okay.
misfortune's
Yep.
curse? Okay.
It was. I'm sorry. It was actually misfortune's curse with the M. I just shake my head. I don't know.
I
Well-
agree. You need to change the name.
Yes.
I do note that there's a quadrupedal lizard with them. Perhaps we could speak to animals and talk to it.
I could perhaps try.
Stop,
The
Ivan.
issue
Don't make it
is
any
more
worse.
of range. I'd have to get closer, and I have a feeling that if I got closer, they'd attack. And given the fact that they don't know me, he's all the more.
Yes, maybe we should wait to see if anyone else returns or if this one leaves. And stay back to not appear threatening.
So you stay back and attempt to not appear threatening. And in a bit,
We just hide Razor at that point, like.
the well, three more, and yeah, the two that came, they were armed. And at this point, three more armed ones return, and they seem to have another lizard person with them of somewhat smaller stature, as far as you can tell from the distance. But this one does appear to address you from across the river, and says, "Greetings. What brings you up our way at this time?"
Ralston, you may need to speak with them because I won't lie.
Okay, I'll wave back to him. We were, since the happenings in SaltMarsh, we were just curious how you guys were getting along, and we're just kind of passing through the area.
Hearing that, I'm going to step forward. I want to make sure that all the surrounding people are safe. We can't have people getting injured out here.
All is well.
We
Contingent of our people were sent south after your warning. Algalon.
Sorry, it's his name.
They have taken up defensive positions.
Good to hear. Have you seen any? Then you haven't seen any Swaggin this far north, I take it?
They are preoccupied.
Oh, you know what they're doing right now?
They are trying to hold their newly acquired territory.
Have they given any signs of pushing further south from SaltMarsh, or they're just all basically staying put?
I suspect they won't push anytime soon.
Good to hear.
Don't have the people, but perhaps if they find some allies on land, then it may be a problem.
God, let's hope not. I don't know who they'd ally with.
Ralston, ask if the queen is okay.
Well, how fares the queen? Is she good?
You could be more cordial than that.
Is quite hale. She sends her thanks for your help. Of our cause. And sends you a gift.
DM, have I ever seen this one talking before?
Again, he is at least 30 feet away. And you're probably not savvy enough to be able to distinguish one from another. So you're not really sure.
Even with the light spell, I can't make out any decent details that our wizard cast.
Roll perception, but I mean, unless it's just something really stellar, probably won't. Yeah.
With the light, can I see their general shape, body structure, and just kind of get an understanding of what they look like?
Yeah, I mean, they look kind of like their heads look not dissimilar to the thing that you just killed, but they are bipedal. They also have a crest or a plume on their head.
Is it like the queen's? Because she had
Crest?
the plume.
Yeah, it's like the queen's.
Okay, sorry. One last thing. Can I try and get an insight on this guy? He's skeeving me out. Like
There's something going on,
there's
right?
I'll join you on an insight
if I'm able to. I think I'm trying to see if I can determine if he's talking between the lines here. If there's words in between his statements, like hidden agenda.
Roll.
Yeah.
But, I mean, given the distance and also given the fact that these are reptilian,
right?
They are hard to read.
All right.
I will
Who was
join
it?
in this mainly because of the fact I can see them with the dark vision. Okay.
They've got the light
Some details.
on them, so I mean, the
Yeah.
dark vision.
Who was it that noticed
play.
the enchanted refugees when we were in Tribor?
All right. I'm only rolling average.
Was that you, Baron, that did that?
Sorry, I was reading something. What?
Who was it? You that picked up on the enchanted refugees when we were in Tribor?
Yeah, I used identify on to figure out what they were
Can you do that again
under the
right
effect
now?
of.
Spells are easy to be noticed that they're being cast.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it's also
never mind,
not
never mind.
fast
Alright, don't do it. Yeah,
either,
don't do
and
it.
it's a ritual. So, I mean, I guess like a non-ritual, but it's still gonna take a minute if so, and it's pretty obvious.
Obvious. Okay, yeah, never mind.
A gift, you say? We have also come to give an offering gift to the queen herself as well. Might I ask who we are speaking to?
My name is not important. I am first shaman of Her Majesty.
Shaman, we have come with an offering as well. We were ensuring the safety of the queen as well. We would offer, however, there is water between us. If you would suit it, we could come over to you, or you could come over to us. However, we would like to see eye to eye.
We have facility in this element. We will come to you. But and at this point, he turns to the others and engages in more hissing, which doesn't seem to amount to anything. And then they appear to enter the river and begin to swim with some facility.
Do they have a tail or any extra appendages? Just 2 arms, 2 legs, head.
They have a tail, yes.
Okay.
All of them.
Mother's gonna look at the others. Should I be putting the weapon towards them? Should I be handing it to them? I've brought them here. What do we do now?
My memory isn't great, but they weren't too much for formality.
If anything, I'd say probably put it on the floor. A weapon that isn't handed is typically less threat.
You could do that.
Yeah, Mother will go ahead and step forward near the edge of the water that they're gonna come up to, place the sheathed longsword down on the ground where they can see it, and then make her way back to the others.
Okay.
While they're swimming, I'd like to kind of ask them, is there anything specific you're trying to get out of them that maybe I can assist with?
I think the only question we still have is if they cared about Thousand Teeth, but I don't know if we wish to ask that.
Yeah, best not to bring that up, in all honesty.
What they
Are
don't
they
know
swimming
won't
through the
hurt
water
them.
directly where the corpse is?
I would hope it kind of washed
Oh,
out.
No, I hope not.
Managed to push the corpse into the water, surprisingly enough. But I guess there is definitely still signs of battle around. You can't really see them, I mean, because it has gotten dark. But I guess you're aware of the fact that they're there.
Okay. Well, this might not be good.
We have them outnumbered if needed, but I do not feel that there will be conflict here.
I do not believe there will be conflict. We have an offering as well as a silver tongue at our disposal.
We are in the Queen's good graces.
Well, at least we hope so.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna reach over to Baron and try and stealthily cast guidance on him if I can?
Okay. You can do that. So, yeah, they have crossed the river at this point. And the one that was speaking to you comes toward you, and he appears to be shorter and more stooped than the other one. The other ones, yeah, definitely seem like they have a warrior's bearing, standing up straight, carrying spears, and what looks like nets draped over their shoulders. They did come with this big fish, which you can see is a shark. Not a big shark, but a shark nevertheless, tied to the stick that they were carrying. And yeah, so the first shaman comes toward you, and he kind of like waddles a little bit, and he appears to bow slightly in your direction, and he says, "Accept these gifts." So, he places a small pouch on the ground. Looks like it's made of fish skin or something. And he also places what looks kind of like a weapon made out of bone, with a pretty wicked-looking serrated edge down on the ground in front of you. And he kind of like bows again and backs away slightly.
I'm going to bow back to them and point out the sword on the ground. We have also left a gift for you.
What is it? Just a regular longsword?
It is a regular longsword that I picked out, and the blacksmith said that it was the best that he had, which I paid nicely for.
Okay. So he says something to one of his companions, and they move forward and pick this up off the ground. And he says, "On behalf of Her Majesty, I thank you for this noble gift."
Can I do an insight check to see if this guy's gonna just keep it for himself?
You can, but again, yeah, his reptilian demeanor is hard to read.
Good poker face.
17.
You're not sure. I mean, I guess the thing that sort of stands out about him is he doesn't really seem like the sword-using type. Just like based on stature.
You probably can't even lift that thing.
Well, I mean, he
lifted
actually
the fish. Come on.
No.
he hasn't. Yeah.
He had people to carry the fish for him.
Yeah, he had people to carry the fish. And I guess he has a person to carry the sword.
Just out of curiosity, what is the creature that is carrying the shark?
What is the creature that's carrying the shark?
Yes.
It's his companions. Yeah, these like warrior-looking lizard people.
The creature's on 4 legs.
Oh, the creature on 4 legs is. It looks like a very large gecko or salamander.
I'm gonna start inspecting. I'm gonna try and see if I can get some details enough to add it to the collection.
It is alive.
I know, so I'll try and get as much as I can from here. But that will be all I'm doing for this conversation. I want to add this creature to the summon list.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's about the size of one of them, except that it moves around on all 4s. And its head is definitely more salamander rather than crocodile, whereas for them it's definitely more crocodilian.
Would
but yeah,
this have a better chance at swimming, or would it be able to get across the water easier?
you saw this thing get across the water with no problem. As it followed them. So, yeah, the first shaman says, this weapon taken from our common enemies. We present it to you with gratitude. And then he says, and now I want to ask you a boon.
Thank you. You okay? Okay.
This spot is sacred to us. Here we bring offerings to our God. Move away from here so that we may leave our offering. We would be thankful.
That should not be an issue to move away from your sacred spot where you worship your god.
I'm gonna make some obvious, like, I'm gonna like bow my head and like kind of like pray toward the sky, obviously, so they see it.
Mother's just gonna go ahead and quietly mutter under her breath a few quiet prayers. And I'm going to do the motions to cast Detect Magic real quick, while still doing the prayers to try and mask the motions. And I will just check over them to see if there's any magical qualities to the group in front of us.
You do detect something magical on the first shaman.
Okay. Do the two items on the ground light up by chance?
No.
No? Okay. Just gonna start walking with Horatio away from the area. Out of curiosity, good shaman, what god do you praise?
You're asking them this?
Yes.
They say, our god has many names, but to outsiders, we call him Thousand Teeth.
Sounds like a rather large creature.
Yes. So, when we ask you to move away,
Oh,
His
don't
name-
worry. Yeah, we are moving. I was just mildly curious, my friend.
Yeah,
It is-
Algalon starts backing away.
I'm definitely gonna start.
not
moving away from
only
this part.
out of respect for us and it, but also out of concern for your safety. Our God is a great God, but is sometimes temperamental. And may mistake outsiders for offerings.
Just keeps
enough.
walking as
Fair enough.
they're doing this, but just speaks out. And per se, if this god were to disappear, just cuts off there, just to leave it open for them to answer.
We could try a bluff.
Shh. Just
I'm
go
gonna
along
say
with
out
it for
loud.
now.
I'm gonna say out loud. I really appreciate that tip. Like we had no idea we were just here. We could have been offered up accidentally. We thank you very much for that.
Disappear. Disappear.
I mean, gods have a lot of things to do, right? Like they, I mean, what kind of god? I don't know. They have tons of things to do. They have followers to tend to, offerings to accept. I'm sure they're worshipped by many.
Just gonna gut check Baron at this point. Baron, quiet your tongue.
All right.
As
He's
all this
better
is
to
happening,
walk.
Razor's gonna start chomping down on the meat that Ralston is cooking.
Oh fuck.
Keep walking. Do not look back.
I'm moving until I am outside of the light of the fire.
Yeah, I'm a good 60 feet
Please.
back.
Yeah, like I'm already.
How far away is Algalon from Horatio right now?
Probably a good 60
Are
feet.
you okay?
Maybe 40.
All right, just making sure that if you need a quick pickup, he's there. What are we doing? Are we just gonna keep going at a steady pace? Or are we fucking running? What are we doing?
No, just walk south.
Just walk south. Just
Yeah,
I
act
was
casual.
trying. I don't know. Can I persuade them of our innocence with like my words that I was saying as I was backing up?
Drazer,
You can
bring that.
try.
As soon as
Drazer,
we
bring
got
that.
it,
That's what I was already doing.
Drazer, bring that venison with you. Let's go. We'll eat somewhere else. I'll say out loud.
as soon as we get out
This
of
carpet ale is delicious.
He's just winces at that.
When do I realize Drazer's actually the enemy?
You mean you haven't yet?
I'm wise. I'm not intelligent.
Stupidity can be its enemy.
I'm gonna have the
Perhaps-
silver barbs at disadvantage speaking.
we have a silver tongue and then we have the lead tongue. Okay,
Right.
somehow it has to balance out.
Yeah, I assume I'm not allowed to try to persuade them that we mean no harm and we're leaving.
Advantage and disadvantage, advantage canceling each other out.
That's true, Ivan. You can't beat stupid.
Mhm. Okay. All right. Let's just hope that they did not hear that.
I don't know what a crocodile is.
Actually, can I do a quick divert over to where they dropped the items real quick and pick those up,
Yeah.
and then join the others? I thought we already get those?
Do you want to check? What did he give us?
A weapon of the Sahagin and a pouch.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just quickly go over and take a hold of those and bring them over.
Okay.
Neither of them glowed, correct? When I casted detect magic.
Correct.
Okay, but there was something on the shaman.
I guess was that just because I remember too them mentioning something about that crocodile being a nuisance. Did they not say that?
Did they? Or did we just kill a god?
We are the god killers.
I don't know exactly what you recall.
Yeah, that's a problem. I just remember because Algon remembers it too, and he brought it in, when he brought it up. It rung a bell, but I mean I could be mistaken. It could be
Yes.
referring to something.
What
else.
I brought up is what you said. You were saying that they said the crocodile was a nuisance.
Okay. I mean, I that very well could be. I honestly think they said that, but maybe not. Then they could have been talking about the slogan or something. Then it would have been like when we first met them.
Or no, we're like out of the way now, correct?
Yeah, we're moving. Let me check here. I might have put some of my notes about it. Give me a second.
Okay.
So are you basically like picking up and dousing the fire and
yes,
whatever?
Yeah. I guess so. Are we staying to see
We're
what
trying
happens?
to return it as much of the natural environment as we can, and we
Yep.
apologize for the fire.
And are we staying? Are you wishing to talk with them right now?
I will say what I said earlier. I think we should leave. We have no need to speak with them.
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing written, so it must just be my mistake. I got nothing written down about it.
Okay.
Okay. So what are we doing? We are no longer talking to them because apparently we killed their god. The offering has been given. We got something of our own. Just holds out the blade and the bag.
Yes, we can figure out what that is at another time. I believe we need a new course of direction. If we continue north, we need to swing wide away from their home.
Yes. Let's just go south for a little bit longer and get clear of the area, so to speak.
How far is it to the mansion? It's like a day, right? Or half a day?
I mean, just straight march. It's actually, half a day probably. It is dark now.
Yeah.
So you'd be going through the swamp at nighttime. But yeah, it's not really that far. It's mostly just what you happen to run into.
Yeah, I'll bring that up. We could go to the mansion.
Sure.
Try and bunker down there for the night.
Alright. Gonna just open the pouch real quick, see what's inside.
Gonna inspect the weapon that was freshly handed.
So yeah, the weapon looks like like a sharpened serrated blade, but it seems to be made out of some sort of bone. It does have designs carved into it, but nothing that's obviously representational of anything. The bag, it seems like the bag itself is made out of some sort of oilskin, or perhaps fish skin of some sort. And inside, there are 5 pearls, as far as you can tell.
Check inside, just open the pouch a little. Do these look like normal standard brighter pearls, or are these more of a darker color?
They seem like they're pretty light, but they're a little bit marbly, so they have kind of rainbowish sheen to them.
Just tighten the bag again. Anyone in particular proficient in sea urchins or particular gems?
I
You
am
have
not,
pearls?
no.
Not entirely sure if they're valuable or they could have some particular qualities, if anyone wants to check them out.
Um, I can do. I can look into them if you want, since we all pitched in to help me get the supplies to be able to look into objects. I can look into them if you wish.
Sure, swap. Just hands the bag over real quick.
Okay. Do you want me to do it here or wait?
I mean, we're traveling. We're not entirely resting right now.
I can hold on to him till we rest. Then.
How big is this weapon? Are we looking like a dagger, or is this like a short sword, long sword?
It's sort of between a short sword and a scimitar, maybe, in size.
Okay.
Kind of curved on the business side and more straight on the other side. So it is a single-edged weapon.
Mm-hmm. A bit loose and light on my end. Not really something that I'd pertain using. Much too light for me. Anyone handy with blades?
I think I can use them, but I much prefer my crossbows.
And I enjoy my quarterstaff, thank you. Well,
I mean, what is
my
it? So it's
walking
basically
stick.
like. So would it fall under the like a short sword then? A kukri? It's like a short sword, isn't it? Like a big knife.
It's maybe a really big knife. Or it's almost like a machete, except that it's serrated.
Okay. Is it like as far as like the mechanics goes, like a specialty weapon, or would that fall under the purview? Like if I'm proficient with short swords and long swords, I'd be proficient with that.
If you're proficient with short swords and long swords, you wouldn't be proficient in this, no.
I wouldn't. Okay. Yeah, that's I'll say that kind of. I mean, I can use a standard blade, but that seems kind of different. I mean, even if I wanted to use a weapon, I don't think I could wield that appropriately.
Same. The closest thing I would be able to use would be a sickle, and that's a little awkward for me.
I'm not gonna look into it. As I said, way too light. And personally, big guy, looking up at Drazer, this looks more like a toothpick for you compared to a weapon.
Yeah, not overly excited by it.
It's like a knife for him. Regular
Which leaves 2. Just points the handle over towards Ruin and Baron.
I allow Ruin to take first dibs on it.
I mean, I can use a dagger, but I use my magic.
I mean, I am proficient in a lot of sword type weapons.
Hands the handle over to Baron.
Let's
I've
take-
seen you starting to take the front line a little more often, so I think this might be more capable in your hands.
If, it's just a backup or something. Might as well.
I'll say, can I compare it to my rapier and then my dagger?
Can you compare it?
Yeah, like I don't know. I'm trying to I want to hold the two up, look at size comparisons, see which one's the closest.
It's longer than a dagger, but slightly shorter than a rapier. And it doesn't seem like it's as balanced as a rapier either.
I can hold on to it, I guess. I should be able to use it somewhat.
If anything, just throw it at something.
It does not seem to have any magical qualities to it, though. I will say this. The shaman had magical qualities to it.
Or, Baron, perhaps you could hold on to it as a symbol or a trophy in future conversations.
There you go.
It's a good persuasion piece.
Good point.
Yes.
Good conversation piece.
As it is the weapon of our enemy.
Speaking of matters of magical weaponry or items, is anyone in particularly known to dabble in the arcane?
I mean, I dabble.
But do you perhaps know if particular items would at least give out a particular school of magic? I was sensing a level of evocation from the shaman.
I mean, I can cast detect magic, same as you, but
Yes, I can detect magic. I was hoping for more of an individual.
You're talking about like an
perspective.
identify spell?
Well, that's more of your expertise.
I mean,
that's not my specialty, but I believe somebody else in our party can cast that.
Who?
Again, like you know this, brother. I did it for you. Like you guys.
You have.
Together. You guys helped me get the supplies so I could cast this. That's why I said I would check into the bag for you.
I apologize, Baron. My memory is failing me.
It's okay, man. We still.
So you are able to identify, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I do not know exactly what he had. He had some evocation on him.
I would have. I'm not stealthy enough to sneak in and touch the touch the lizard man for a minute and him not realize I'm there. I'm sorry.
Oh, you have to touch him.
It'd be a little awkward, I think.
Never mind. I thought you could do it at distance.
Well,
no.
I mean, alternately, we could just go back and kill him because there are mortal enemies now.
What? No.
There are mortal enemies yet until they find the body. Then maybe.
I mean, it's been like 10 minutes. I'm sure they found the body by now.
Do we see torches on the horizon and pitchforks?
Do we hear screams of anger?
You've never seen them with any sort of pitchfork. I don't know if that answers your question.
Do we hear angry voices in the distance?
Angry hisses.
So are you like walking away?
Yeah, we've been walking towards the mansion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're basically like straight shot for the mansion. Damn the torpedoes. More or less.
More or
think
less,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
Hold on, quick question. How close is this mansion to SaltMarsh?
A day, just over a day.
No, it's
No.
actually just a few miles up the
Oh.
coast.
I thought it was a day. My bad.
Oh.
Is this place safe? Did you check this place beforehand?
You have been with me all night.
Right, yes. She just blankly stares forward for a moment.
I have never been attacked in the mansion, and every cave we have camped in we've been attacked. To my
I
knowledge,
see.
I do not understand why these people would care about a burnt down building. Especially when they have the SaltMarsh. So my thought was that we could use this place, as I believe they would have no need for it. We can see it for a decent ways ahead, and potentially see if it has anything in it before we go there. But I do not believe that they would have a need for it, which is why I brought it up.
Right.
All right. Who is leading you through the swamp?
Probably
Right.
me, I would guess.
So roll survival.
Oh, and in case they do track us, I know it would help me, but would my timber walk help the party at all not be tracked less?
Timberwalk?
There you go. I'll link it for you. Hold on. Or not. Here, I'll copy it for you.
Oh, I see.
There you go. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
It's a stretch, but
Does that apply to the group or only to you?
that's what I was asking you. I know it's mostly for me, but I was hoping I could help the group with it a little bit.
I think if it was the group, it probably would say that.
Yeah, it's a racial trait. That's all.
Okay, this is gonna sound really stupid. Could I consistently cast this particular transmutation cantrip that I cannot say, and clean the ground as we walk? A foot.
Prestidigitation is what he's wondering.
Beat me to it.
No, I know what he's talking about.
I've just given up trying to say it. I've never had a word that I haven't been able to say before. That's messing with me, so.
Presto digitalization. It's easy.
If I
Yeah.
say it slowly, I can speak it there, but I can't say it in one go.
I think the ground is too big of a surface for you to be able to effectively clean, especially
1
considering.
cubic foot.
Yeah, but I mean, the ground itself is like.
I'm not cleaning all of it. I'm just cleaning where we step, and I don't think my footsteps larger than a cubic foot.
I think the point is that there's a second level spell that makes it difficult to track you. So
Yeah, I didn't think I'd need it, so I don't have it.
shooting that with a cantrip is not going to fly.
Was worth a try.
Oh, it was absolutely worth a try. So you follow Ralston. You can see in the dark. And yeah, because you haven't been moving most of this day, you actually are able to make it toward the mansion. As you approach it, you do see lights coming from upstairs.
Just slows Horatio down, looks back over my shoulder, where I'm suspecting Algalon is on the corgi with me. I thought you said that no one ever comes here.
Oh, no, I said the fish people would not be here.
Then who is? A friend of yours? Anyone that you'd think would actually come here?
I didn't think they would still be alive, no. Not after Sharp was executed.
They? Who's they?
Looking.
Dude, yeah, we don't have time to really rest or anything like that. Okay. How far away are we from the mansion right now?
You are. I guess you find your way to the coast, since the coast is fairly easy to follow. So you are. The road like steadily goes down as you get closer to town, or at least what used to be town. So you're probably about a half mile away.
Okay. From this distance, do I see any open windows where that light is? Is like
You're assuming that the fact that you can see it means that there are open windows.
I'm just checking to see from this distance, do we have any details apart from the lights?
No,
Okay.
just the fact that, yeah, there seems to be light emanating from the mansion.
I could check to see if there are particular creatures in there, but I need to get closer. Don't have the range like you do, Ralston.
Okay. I mean, I definitely can again, but oh god, this is
Don't
a Fae.
expend, don't expend.
There's some
Don't
sort of
know
Fae in
exactly
here.
what you're dealing with.
There's a Fae in there. We could be in trouble. That's all I'm gonna say.
I could again just send the owl.
Yeah, I'm looking the windows.
Again, if the owl is here, that is probably why you're detecting Fae.
That is a good point.
Well, I'll just send the owl ahead and see if he can see anything inside the mansion.
Probably the better option.
Before the owl leaves, I'll ask, can I touch it real quick?
Sure.
And I'll give it guidance.
Okay.
Super owl.
I will hop off Horatio.
How long does the guidance last?
1 minute concentration until the next ability check is made for 1 minute.
Half a mile?
Yeah.
Oh, is it half a mile? I thought we were a little closer.
Yeah, it's half a mile out right now.
Yeah.
Nah, I said it. He has it.
All right. I'll send Horatio on foot.
All right. Let's take a brief breather. I meant to do this earlier.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Raj. Get a cookie.
I think Loki is just trying to get us all killed. Always. I think Loki's backstory is kill any party members he's with by subtle means, or not so subtle.
I would say
Just
subtle.
Just one sentence.
Indirect. There we go. Indirect.
I think I killed the other guy directly.
The one
No,
we know you actually
no,
killed was
No,
super
see, you were smart. You guised it as a quote-unquote fighting tournament for fun. You know? Accidents happen on boats.
I guess technically, if we're all just in character, we wouldn't know that, because he hasn't said anything to the contrary, that he actually intended to use lethal force when he was in that tournament against him, right? Like, we wouldn't know that.
Right. And I wasn't there. So, and a lot of you guys, like, Midgard and was in the battle, so he was in the heat of the moment. He wasn't paying attention. You're on the sidelines. So maybe you didn't get a good view, you know?
And honestly, afterwards, I was kind of blaming myself for his death, because there was a round, like, I could have got to him a round earlier had I, like, hopped to it.
It was definitely your fault.
Yep, same. Yep.
That's great.
Yeah, I
I
mean
mean, if
you
it
were
wasn't
you were
there-
there on board. You could have healed him, Ralston. Let's be honest.
If it wasn't there, he would have got, I mean, just completely honestly, he probably would have caught a couple bolts in the back at some point, because everyone does. Bell could have killed him.
If you were shooting him in the back as a wizard, I would have been impressed. Oh no, have you shot Ruin in the back? I think you've shot his
I haven't
owl.
had enough time.
Or
I
almost.
have, honestly. No, that was I think it was an elk. It's mother's elk. or
Oh,
whatever.
that's right. Yeah.
Really hard too. I think it crit, didn't it, or something? I hit. Oh no, it was the extra 1d8 from the Zephyr Strike. Fed into it.
All right. So the owl flies off. What does the owl do when it gets close to this dilapidated mansion?
I don't know if Ruin's back yet.
If he is, he's muted.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I just picked up the microphone. What's up?
Oh, okay, there he is.
What does the owl do when he gets to?
He takes
Just
out
like
his
that.
flaming sword and murders everybody. No, he's just observing, and then he's going to come back and tell us what's going on.
Are you like how close do you get, and are you just like flying around seeing?
Well, if there's open windows, he'll fly directly up to the open window and look inside, and fly back.
Okay. So yeah, as he approaches, he sees that most of the windows seem boarded up, but some of them are not boarded up particularly well. And there are boards missing, or the wood has become warped, and some windows have had boards removed altogether, although some are still there. All right, you fly toward an open window, and are you trying to be stealthy about it or no?
I mean, sure. I mean,
I guess it's hard to be stealthy to have an owl fly into even an open window of a house. That doesn't happen every day.
Actually, owls don't make any noise with their feathers, so they're actually pretty stealthy.
yeah.
Right.
He's got a +3 for stealth, so if you want, I can roll it.
Well, I mean, the question is whether he's trying to be stealthy or not.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's not trying to necessarily attract attention. And I suppose I didn't give him specific instructions to be stealthy because I don't think most people would think too much of an owl flying by. But
Flying by, no. Flying into a window, possibly.
looking into one, I mean, he has amazing eyesight. But yeah,
Okay. All
I
right.
guess I'll say yes, he's trying to be stealthy to get a good look inside the window.
Okay.
Horatio will be checking the front door. And we'll scout around to the back as well. I'm guessing he also will need to make a stealth check.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Paying for Horatio.
All right. What is he doing at the front door?
Using the telepathic connection, I'm gonna look through his eyes. Does the door seem to be open right now? Is it busted in?
How- what's the range on that telepathic connection?
1 mile.
Okay.
Fine Steed is 1 mile.
All right. So yeah, the door seems to be slightly ajar. It's mostly closed, but there's definitely a crack.
He's gonna move up to the door, get a quick sniff, see if he can recognize it at all.
Okay. Roll.
He does
Olfactory.
have advantage.
Yeah, I sort of figured.
So 21.
Is the telepathic connection, what senses does it feed off of?
I can communicate with it, so it can tell me what it's smelling.
Okay. So, he says, more of, same type of creatures that we encountered up there. Lots of them.
Okay.
That was pretty reptilian to me.
Okay, that's good news. I'm gonna send him out, gonna go and bring him around to the back. Is there a back door or anything around the manor apart from the front?
Yeah, there is a back door that seems. There's a back door off of what looks like kind of cracked patio. And there's also a side door. So if you imagine the mansion as sort of an upside down T. So if I could, like, quickly sketch it here.
Horatio will look up to see the owl, seeing how he's got both.
So
the entrance
Horatio
is
is
bigger.
quite a bit slower than the owl.
Yes.
So when Horatio gets there,
Move 40
You're-
feet.
you're not aware of any owl. So the front door is here. The back door off of this patio is here. And then there's also a side door here.
Yeah.
And lots of cracked windows that allow perhaps some access to someone who's good at climbing and not particularly big.
Alright, I'll send him back, bring him back to the rest.
Okay. So Horatio returns to the group. The owl doesn't seem to have returned.
Okay. I would think I would be able to sense if it was dead.
What exactly is the nature of your link to it?
It's the Find Familiar spell.
Yeah.
I would... If he didn't come back, I suppose I could start casting the Find Familiar spell again, which would surely tell me if it was dead or not.
Okay.
I will relay the information from Horatio to the others. So at least your familiar will be aware that they might be up there.
Yeah, it seems like maybe they picked them off.
Well, smells like them, apparently, according to Horatio, that we found the missing forces.
Do you think that the Lizard Scouting Party may have reported back and they have some way to communicate with these people and they would know that we're not friends?
That's assuming they figured out we killed their god.
You just have to repent a lot.
Mother, does the spell that you used to drag it under the water after I pushed it down, does that wear off?
That's a good question. Let me see.
How did
The
anyone see?
last time I used it, I'm just gonna drift off, trying to think.
How deep roughly was the river?
It can
Notice?
pull 10 feet, so unless while restrained, the creature must assess it. Okay. So in answer to your question, unless the thing breaks out, it can just stay there. So the vines just stick.
If they
But
notice it
it's
at all,
very easy to break out of.
But
notice it at all, it'll be in the morning then, right? Because they're not gonna be able to see at night.
were you
I
mentioning
would-
that it has a range of like 10 feet, meaning that it's not very deep underwater anyway?
That could also be the case.
And these being aquatic creatures, they can probably see pretty well underwater. I don't know,
It's also a newer ability that I have acquired, and it's not the strongest. So I think a much stronger tide could, in fact, break it.
It would probably be best just to assume that we've been discovered by them at least.
Or at least they've discovered the body.
Yes.
Whether they put 2 and 2 together is a different matter.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess yes. So the next question
Oh.
becomes, could they communicate with this satellite group? The man said he was a shaman, meaning he probably has nature magic of some sort. So, I don't know, if any of the nature magic persuasion people in our group could tell us, does such a spell exist?
Out of my expertise.
To communicate long distances with another person?
Yes.
I have used several of them, yes.
Yeah. So
Oh,
there's
that
a
is
chance.
right. Yeah.
There's a chance that these people already know we're enemies.
That's a slim chance. I think it'll be fine. You see, how many roughly are there, or do we not have any idea? You see
I
the-
did not wish to risk Horatio, so I did not allow him to enter the premises. I just knew of the entrances.
He said lots.
Lots, apparently. He just came in.
I mean, discretion is the better part of valor. I could just burn the building down.
But what if there's important things in the building? Then they're burnt
It's
down
already
too.
been burned, hasn't it?
To a point, yes.
I've also looted the building like 5 times over.
I've been through there quite a bit.
They may not have quarrel with us, however, they are also territorial and may not wish for us to be here even if they knew who we were.
Yeah, we're gonna just go camp somewhere else.
This was just
Call
a
it a
thought.
night. Agree. There's no sign. I mean, we don't have. The weather's nice. We don't necessarily have to sleep. With the roof over our heads.
Well, if you continue moving, at this point, you'll be rolling for exhaustion, since you have traveled several hours through the night.
Yeah. All right. Oh, what's the call? Should we go in or just sleep outside, like right here, without a fire?
We're still like half a mile away from the house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just get off the beaten trail a little bit and just go to sleep. Set up a watch.
Sounds
Has
good to me.
Horatio returned?
Horatio has returned, but the owl has not.
Ah, good boy. There he is. Does anyone wish any scouting areas? He's here and he's available.
Like as we sleep, if you could set him up between us and the house to warn us if anything's coming, that'd be nice.
That I can do.
Nice.
All right. So you bed down for the night.
I'll lead us off the trail, like not a long distance. Just, is there any like at least like area we can camp that's kind of hidden from view of the house and the path leading to the house?
Well, if you lead the party off the path, so yeah, there's sort of like this path that winds along the cliffs. If you take the party off the path, you're heading back into the swamp, which would be hard to see from the mansion.
Okay. Yeah, it's a nice, like, as dry area as I can find. That's kind of
Okay.
just to camp in.
All right. Fire or no fire?
No fire. I think we already gorged ourselves on alligator.
Uh,
No need for fire. The weather's like at least not frigid, right? It's cold, but it's not like super.
Yeah, it's like 40-ish.
Oh yeah, it'll be fine.
All right. And setting up watches or no?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll take a watch.
I'll be
Oh,
on
yeah, I'll take a
first
watch.
like usual. Before we go, everyone goes to bed. I'll ritual cast water breathing. So that's up for the next 24 hours.
I'll also cast Goodberry before I go to bed.
We'll ritually recast Find Familiar, assuming that my familiar is actually dead.
Okay, so do you have the incense
I believe
it's
so.
required to cast the spell?
10 gold worth.
A lot of incense.
Yeah.
Like,
A lot of expensive incense.
it's the bane of my existence in another campaign. Honestly.
Yeah, when you're trapped in a dungeon, you don't get much incense.
I
Really
actually
don't.
did buy the spell components I needed, but I did not write that one down, so we will just say that, fine, no I don't.
Okay.
Never mind.
So we need to get you some incense.
Okay.
Expensive incense.
So
Civilization.
yeah.
Is anybody hurt before we go to bed as well?
Yeah. Question.
Good.
I'm good. Baron, Ruin. I know Drazer's okay.
I'm all good.
Wow.
I don't think anyone really got messed up last time, and those that did already got healed by the end, I think.
Much.
Yeah, that might be the first combat I don't have to heal anybody after the fact.
I
If
think
anybody-
you already did.
Group growth.
Well,
Above,
after the end of the fight. I remember you healing after the fight.
What, Baron?
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
sure.
above board, and I was gonna question something, but I'll just do it anyway. So I'm gonna tag team first watch with you, because as everyone's falling asleep, I will play a Song of Rest in case anybody needs to heal.
Hey,
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
That way we don't have to use spells.
Do you have dark vision?
No, but I have a loot. Does that count?
Okay, I'll cast dark vision on myself as well. I can't give it to you, Drazer. Sorry, I used one of my sorcery points.
All right. So what are the watches?
Baron and Algalon on first.
Go
Okay.
second. I'll take second.
Mother and Horatio will take 3.
Okay.
I think
Actually,
Drazer and or Ruin could take the last one since they'll be light by then, probably.
Sure.
Yeah, possibly.
once again, we're putting the spellcaster with the barbarian. I'm not entirely sure this is the best of ideas.
Good combination if they run into trouble.
First off, I believe our barbarian is over his little thing about curses. Second,
Is he?
Yes.
second, if this wizard ends up dead, we'll know why.
Yeah, it was that ghost.
Mm-hmm.
The Banshee came for
That
us finally.
yeah, is the ghost that this wizard wasn't a part of. I believe you. Roll an
Killed the
insight
person
check.
who wasn't there.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah,
All right.
not particularly afraid.
You have nothing to worry about. Don't worry about it.
So after everyone settles down, Algalon, who's on first watch with Baron, hears some rather loud croaking from deeper in the swamp.
I don't remember making any frogs mad.
We were friends before. And they all died.
I have been a frog before. Baron, do you hear that?
I stop my melodic tune and listen closely. Do I hear said thing?
You hear it, and it seems to be getting closer.
Frogs do move. I I can ask the frog to go away if you think that would help.
All right. Can I tell? Does it sound like a large frog, or just like a normal frog hopping around, or can I see it?
It sounds like several large frogs.
All right.
That's a lot different than what
Let's-
I thought I heard. So,
Let's wake everybody up. I'll start with Ralston and start waking people up.
Okay.
I would like to start playing heavy metal songs on the lute to wake everybody up.
You fools, don't you know that mother wears earplugs? No.
Oh, I left my AirPods in.
Oh no, he can't hear us.
I guess if he's waking me up, I'll get up and look at Algalon sleepily.
I'm going to help wake up, obviously.
What the hell's going on?
There's some large frogs headed towards us. Help me wake other people up and hopefully not be too loud.
All right. Now I'll start kind of hearing the frogs.
Yeah, off in the distance, coming from where this croaking was coming from, you now hear a voice that is speaking Mercoin, the common tongue of the maritime countries. And the voice says, "Name yourselves and your
Juries will
purpose."
give out his name.
I'll tap Baron on the shoulder. This one's yours.
Hey, sir. Rabbit. A great grazer. Our friend Grazer. And at this point, there appear several creatures that seem to kind of like jump out of nowhere, or perhaps out of some stagnant pool. They are humanoid, but they do have froggy heads with large bulbous eyes, and are generally of a batrachian appearance. And one of them says, "What brings you back here, Drazer? We have not seen you in many moons."
While we're waiting for him to reply, I would like to study the beans, get an idea of their general anatomy, any extra limbs, any lack of limbs.
Any black limbs?
Extra limbs or lack of limbs.
Can't just ask people if they have black limbs, Baron.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. You got me spot on.
They appear to have 4 limbs, all of them, as far as you can tell. They are slightly shorter than you, and I guess they're sort of crouchy. That makes them seem smaller. But the one that's speaking kind of appears to stretch himself out. So, I mean, well, he's taller than Mother or Algalon, but shorter than the rest of you.
I was about to say, and they're still taller than me. I think Drazer had some real life aggro.
And they're bipedal.
They are bipedal, yes. They are carrying spears.
Like
Metal spears?
Yeah, metal spears or tribal spears.
They're carrying tribal spears, except for the guy speaking. He's carrying a metal spear.
Okay.
Mother is slowly but surely still trying to get some of her armor on in the back.
These are the frog people Drazer spoke of. They seem friendly.
Are they friendly?
Sound it. What
Do I
Drazer
need to
said.
stop stuffing myself into this chainmail?
No, keep doing
Yeah.
that. We don't know what Drazer's going to do.
It just keeps dragging the chainmail back in. Can someone give me a hand with this, David?
I will assist.
Thank you.
So, well, yeah, I guess as Drazer pensively considers his next statement, they do say, or maybe repeat, what brings you back into our swamp?
We were just passing through actually and needed a place to rest for the night. And saw that this burnt out establishment was taken, so we didn't want to encroach on them.
We would not think of charging our friends for passage through our lands. For we know that you are friends. But we must tell you, terrible things have happened and are happening.
Are you speaking of the fish people?
We are speaking of the lizards. They have come in force. They are well armed with metal weapons. And they have encroached on our land and do not make any appearance of leaving. You must help us.
Tracer, if you have anything to say to your wonderful frog peep friends, now would be a good time.
We might want to help them, since we think that lizard people have been kind of taken over.
I think it's more misunderstanding, no?
I don't know. No, this has been there are issues that date way back.
Oh, really? Okay, they got passed.
The lizard people eat the frog people.
They do.
Okay,
And have been
So,
catching our young since they have come and established themselves in that building.
well,
it sounds like they do not know who has weaponized the lizard people.
yes. Thankfully.
Maybe we should let them know, Drazer.
At this point, like Mother is like looking at Algalon, like, can you get the strings at the back? And she's like already
yes,
attaching
sorry.
like shoulder guards. She's like halfway through the armor.
They say,
The fish people are sent the lizard people down. I think they're working together.
but their weapons do not come from the sea. Their weapons come from the city. Someone gave them these weapons. Or else they captured them.
We found out who it was. It was the what was that guy's name? Back a while ago. I'm trying to remember. Try to find Sambalot.
Yeah.
And we think we dealt with him. He shouldn't be giving them any more weapons.
But he gave them a lot.
Yes.
All the ones that are here now are armed with the weapons of humans.
We definitely should be able to help you with this.
You have some weapons for us, so that we may defend our young and our lands.
Let's see what we got.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think the lizard people are here for your young right now specifically. I mean, I don't doubt that they take your young, but have you not seen any of the fish people yet? Slogging?
Not this far in the swamp. It is the lizards that worry us right now.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure. I'm just saying that they are here to observe the. If you haven't known, the Swagan took over the large human city recently on the coast, and they are concerned about the Swagan encroaching on their land.
Also, maybe that when the Swagan took over the city, the lizard people saw this opportunity to take out the frog people.
I mean, that might be true, but they kind of use them as a food source. Would they wouldn't want to like wipe them out per se? I mean, they
That
could
is
be here for something.
But you have been our friends for a long time. You must help us.
All right, so we got 4 tridents, a hand axe, and 5 spears we can give them.
Ah. The
Metal tip spears.
crowd around them, they seem like they're suitably impressed. You see their froggy eyes go bigger.
Should go ahead and just hand them over.
I think it's around
Here we
now
go.
that Mother finally finishes up the armor. Just steps over. Okay, so what's going on?
Heading over, Mother. I was really hoping you could tell me.
What?
I was hoping you could tell me.
I was spending the last 5 minutes trying to get into my armor. I wasn't exactly listening to the conversation.
Do you think they can fit into some scales of some scale armor that we have?
I'm sorry, are we not fighting them right now?
No, I don't think so.
I think at this point, if they were aggressive, I think you'd be dead.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure we could take them all, but it appears
Well,
Drazer is arming them and
Yes.
possibly lying
so-
to them as well.
Right, but you know,
So
he's
you're
not
telling-
far wrong. Why don't we just team up against our common enemy? Because make no mistake, those people are our enemy now.
That is yet
Just
to be proven.
walks over to Algalon, places her hand on his shoulder. I think we just spent the 5 minutes doing nothing.
No, let's not put it to waste. Let's just go kill all the lizard people.
I agree.
It is extremely early, or late, or something. We haven't even gotten any
There's
rest.
no evidence that we did it.
I don't know for
just-
certain that.
Just a friendly reminder. We have only slept for maybe an hour.
Yeah, we're gonna go in, clear out the house, then take a nap there.
Do we know
I
how many
agree.
are inside? And
No,
Lizard people to drive off the fish people, or the Swagan, rather. They're enemies as well.
what?
Has to be
Sorry,
done.
what are we doing? What? Are we attacking the lizard folk now?
no.
No, we can't do that, right?
If anyone, we would attack the frog people.
Wait, why? I
Okay,
thought they were your friend.
No,
so
they're Drazer's friend. The lizard folk
Drazer's the
are
only
our
one
friend.
left in the campaign.
who are
that's
we?
hit.
Who are we attacking right now?
No one.
She's just gonna start loosening the armor,
Leave it
going
on.
back to her bedroll. Fuck off! I'm going back to sleep.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, the frog people are very fondly caressing their new toys.
We got some shells out of them. You have shells, Drazer?
Not really.
Okay.
They're the ones that get more or less get picked on by lizard men. They're not quite as powerful as the lizard guys.
That doesn't seem so.
So I'm thinking we just burn down the building and just walk away.
It has already been
With everything.
burned.
Jesus.
Yeah, but there's still parts of it left, so I think we could do enough produce flame that.
So,
catches
Drazer,
on-
you do not want me to continue this conversation with you, considering all parties present. But if you wish, I will.
We're not burning down the place. What are we doing again?
Sleeping
Exactly.
was the intent.
Thank you. Okay.
I killed some lizard
so-
people.
Yeah.
That's what we're playing. Killing lizard people. I agree with you, Ralston. Let's go.
No, I said you really want to kill. I mean, we don't have confirmation for sure that
I mean,
We
technically,
have-
they're going.
we killed
and-
quite a few lizard people already before.
Yeah, and
We have zero
Well, that's
confirmation that they know anything about the crocodile, even if they'd be actually mad if the crocodile was killed by us.
I
We're
think
just
they'd
going
be
by
pissed.
proclamation.
I think it seems like they'd be pretty pissed if they knew we killed it, but I'm more hoping for the help. Because you remember, I'm going slowly insane from that thing that's on the island out there. So, and the more help I get in get cleared out SaltMarsh, the better.
I agree, Ralston. We need to kill off every one of those lizard men. I agree.
So, Drazer,
God.
you now agree with killing off all the lizard men, yet you spent all that time with us helping arm them, as well as becoming the new arms dealer for them through a ritual with the queen?
Yeah, that way we can turn around and kill them all off.
Ivan, out of a mild curiosity, could I possibly make a religion check to recollect if lizard folk are the type to easily make more powerful beings their gods, and then to easily transfer that godship to the next most powerful thing should something take over it?
How long have you been here?
Hold on. Let me ask you this.
As primal beings, that would not seem far-fetched. I would not be surprised if we told them we killed the crocodile god that we are then their gods. They seem simple folk.
Well, I think that the time that we had to do that has passed.
No. We can always tell somebody that we have defeated their god. That time never goes away.
And devoured them.
Partially.
Yeah, we did. We did eat it. Parts of it.
I don't know, man. Can we just kill something?
Yeah, it feels like we kill a lizard man. We go in there, clear it off.
We
had the
have
building
an
back-
alliance with the lizard men. Why would we attack them?
We had an alliance with the lizard queen that we think might be dead because they're not moving.
The lizard queen is
She's
fine.
alive.
She is
Yeah,
alive.
I don't agree with you. I think they're dead. They were much nicer to us last time. I think they're dead, and that little shaman guy is taking over. He's the bad guy.
Concur.
He's too small and questionable.
Algalon's going to sleep.
Mother is going back to sleep.
Oh,
Drizzt start doing produce flames, start trying to torch the building.
well,
Yeah, we go
you're
back to
like
sleep.
not close to the building.
It's a half a mile away, Drazer.
Probably more at this point. But
Yeah, it is.
That's
more-
2,600 feet.
after they're done fondling their new weapon, the leader of the frog people will ask, "Will you fight with us?"
Oh God. Yeah, I'm going to sleep.
I'm going to sleep. Good luck.
Good luck
Bye.
with your crusade against the lizard folk. It is a noble one.
Drazer and Ruin aren't listening to reason. They want to kill stuff. They can kill stuff. I'm going to
I'm
bed.
gonna go to bed.
I guess since my other watch partner's going to bed, I guess I'll stay watch. I'll sit back down and I'm still trying to I'm doing like the math in my head, like them, but they like them, but they hate them. But
At that point,
Yeah.
Algalon will remember that he has dark vision and sit up with Baron. But yeah, I'm just gonna sit there.
Yeah, get me up for my watch.
So-
I'm going to bed. Try to keep an eye on the house. They're really
Yeah.
gonna do it. I'm curious what happens.
You can't see the house because
Oh yeah.
It's
Right.
2,640 feet away from us.
Yeah, it's a long ways away.
Right.
I let us off into the brush swamp. Yeah.
you
Yeah,
don't have your
alright.
telescope.
Right.
on top of the cliff.
On top of
So
Your your
not
submarine stethoscope.
any answer, they will say again, will you help us drive the invaders from our land?
I would, but my friends here are too cowardly to fight the lizardmen.
No, we're just
What?
smart enough to know that burning bridges right now is basically turning us into cannon fodder.
And also, we have helped you. We've given you the weaponry to help arm you so that you can defend and protect yourself.
You have, but we are abused for many years by the lizards. We appeal to you to help us, and if you do, our king will greatly reward you.
Frog people. Oh god.
Just opens an eye, looks over at Algalon, looks over at Baron, Ralston, Ruin. Then finally looks over at Drazer. Gentlemen, it's time to pick a side.
Thank you. I say we pick the toad people.
I agree.
So,
Technically weaker than the lizard people, though.
you hear the one that's been speaking to you issue a torrent of ribbiting toward the others, and they, except for him, sink down to their knees and begin to croak in very respectful tones. Most of them are kind of like crowded around Drazer and like have their little froggy arms around his ankles.
I think we should finish off these lizard people.
if we're
Yes.
talking if we're talking numbers, there are far less frog people than there are lizard people here.
Yeah, but
And also, Drazer, if you are a man. Drazer, you said that we are cowards, yet you see people groveling and falling at your feet. It would be more logical to have a stronger foe at our side than groveling little amphibians.
Yeah, but morality adds something to this. Wait, this is really weird. Why is barbarian?
Yes, morality does, Drazer, as
And
you have
logically
already
speaking-
made a pact with the lizard folk. Where are your
Logically
morals?
Logically speaking, the frog people have no reason to hate us. I don't know why you guys are operating under the false assumption that the lizard people are still our friends.
1, you are operating under the false assumption that they are not. 2, we have a treaty with them and a pact. 3, Drazer is their arms dealer. 4, we have already armored them up with over 50 plus weapons and have made bargains and trades with them. They have less reason to be our enemy than these.
I mean,
Exactly. We
really,
need to
their
go in,
god
kill them
seems
all,
to
get all
trump
those weapons back, and sell them back. Get double dipping.
You're walking into a death trap. Respectfully, Drazer, and if you do have respect for us, especially the one who's been on your back and having your back, I'd say for this one time, slow down. We will find something to take care of, but this is not the thing that we should take care of. We should not be burning bridges while the fog still hangs.
So, as a paladin, you're allowing a group of people to be massacred by the lizard people?
As a person following fate and letting nature take its course, I think that nature is doing its thing.
But it wasn't nature's course; it was our course.
It seems that the lizard folk took over.
Are the frog people not
Strong
caring that
beast.
we're blatantly saying that we've made pacts and deals with the lizard people?
We are their
Right.
arms dealer, right?
I'm looking over at this point. Like, are they starting to back away from Drazer? Are they starting to look at us differently?
No. If they are kind of croaking to one another, and you're not sure exactly what they're saying.
Right.
The ones the ones that are crowded around Drazer have now like prostrated themselves while they're still holding on to his ankles.
I would like to also suggest, Drazer, that if you were surrounded by enemies right now, you would be ripping these things apart. I'd suggest that if these are our enemy, why are you letting them so close?
I see no benefit in fighting a weaker foe.
Then
There's no
why
honor among
are we
friends.
discussing this? Let nature take its course. If they wish to try and fight the lizard folk, let them go. Do not tamper in things that could burn the rest of our futures with it. If they want to go out and kill themselves in a loser's battle, so be it. Just don't get involved. Your name is now in the sake of ours.
We got involved with the losing battle of SaltMarsh. Why do we get involved with that?
It was against a common enemy.
From what side? We only ever heard one side. We never asked to talk to the other people.
You're right.
Objectively,
We did not talk to the fish people who were invading. Even though if it were up to me, we would have teamed up with the fish people as it is inherently their land. But that's a different story.
objectively, the lizard people just, at least to Ralston, appear much more powerful, and like I guess I could really care less about what the goings on between the lizard people and the frog people. It's kind of shitty what they're doing, but you know, we needed at some point deal with what's in SaltMarsh, and at least right now, the lizard people appear the better option. Maroon has a good point. They very possibly could want to kill us at this point. We don't know that for sure. And they kind of need us almost as much as we need them, so take a lot for them to want to kill us, I think. Am I reasoning?
I mean, we did
killing their
slaughter
god is a pretty big
still
thing.
the soldiers beforehand, so I mean, they always have that option of why they want to kill us.
For sure. No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We did that to them, and then they ended up getting into alliance with us, so they obviously need our help quite a bit. So that's what I'm saying. Take a lot to piss them off to the point they want to kill us. But possibly killing their god would do it. I mean, that I don't know much about their religion, but some might not take kindly to that. I absolutely don't want to kill lizard people or go to war with them right now.
And also, just to point out, the portents did say if we had walked in there, we'd be getting into a battle and that there was treachery afoot amongst the lizard people.
It's true.
We just do not have friends amongst them anymore. We fucked that up.
Or
Could
the
be you're right.
Frogman fucked one of those two.
Or it could be Drazer was right, and perhaps the shaman did do something with the queen.
Well,
what the portent...
I mean, if the party doesn't want to attack the lizards, that's fine. I'll go along with that. But if we attack the frogs, there's a better than 50-50 chance that we have no more allies anywhere.
Yeah, we don't have to attack either, right? The
That
frogs
is
are good.
correct.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just simply
I'm
saying
advocating
let
that we
nature take
either
its
attack
course.
the lizards or we attack no one.
But if
I'm
the
leaning
lizard
toward no
people
one.
are not our friends, then we will be losing our one potential ally.
Yes.
You don't see the frogs as a potential ally.
No, I do. That's what I'm saying. If we
They are,
attack the
but
lizard people,
they're
I
not
think we would lose
near-
our one potential ally, the frogs.
the
yeah,
frogs
yeah,
they
yeah,
are,
right.
but they're
Yeah.
not near as strong as the lizard people, at least from what I've seen.
Well, it seems to me that nobody's quite as strong as us. We're the A side. I mean,
Except for
yeah, no.
we did lose to them, but we took out a large chunk of
Yeah.
their army.
They have enough to swarm us, and now they have better weapons. The lizard people, anyways. Maybe I don't know what the frog.
There is a
also, just
lot
to
of
point
them.
out,
Yes.
I know I haven't been with you all for long, but I kind of specialize in blowing up large groups of fairly weak people.
Gentlemen, see as you do fit. I am not partaking in killing what we once called ally, especially since I have just given them a gift.
I mean, you say they're allies,
It-
but what exactly do they do for us?
Clearly, they have given you a vast amount of riches, given the fact that you made a decent deal. It's also that you have given a fair amount of information back and forth. They have also come to your aid quite clearly, even though it was clearly intended that they never actually came to our aid. They sent the forces, but the forces never arrived, mainly since of the fact that they probably saw that the place was already lost because they were late. Therefore, they had to find a defensive position, and then they found this place here.
Or
If
they
there are a
joined-
lot of them, we should not be attacking. They're simply defending themselves.
Or they joined the other side.
Can I ask two pointed
They're
questions?
They're enemies of the Swagan. I really doubt they join.
I'll say I really doubt that.
Can I ask
Yeah,
two pointed questions, actually?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
One, whose idea was it to kill the giant lizard?
You mean the crocodile?
Yes.
It was not my idea, but it is what happened.
Avalon had a bloodthirst that he needed to quench.
No, we needed the.
It sounds like
that
all of our
gem,
problems will be answered if we remove Drazer at this point, as he seems to instigate fights for no reason.
You earlier instigated the fight with the giant crocodile.
I specifically said, unless I needed to, I do not need him dead. You killed a
Drazer,
friend of ours on a boat
please.
for no reason.
He attacked me.
Because it was a fighting match of friendly combatants. Yes, that is the intent. I know you're not very bright, but even you could see that. That was not a killing match. And I'm sorry, what was your second question, Rowan?
You know what? You already answered it for me. That's okay.
Right now, we should not be involving ourselves in another war when we are already in the middle of one. Respectfully, Drazer, we can find something for you to kill if you have a bloodlust, but this is not the way to do it. We don't know if these are allies or enemies, but neutral means you don't go for them. Just let nature take its course. Plus,
I mean-
we are already burned of resources.
And if anything, we can use the allies they sent to us. Now they'll have us as leaders, which will also then get it off the Frog's land, and we can take back the city, and everybody wins.
I just, what's our plan though? Is to just wander around and every time we see a potential conflict, to just walk the other way?
Yes, there's no
Apparently.
reason to always kill something just because they exist, Ruin.
I suppose, but if we don't take a stand, we haven't accomplished anything.
We have
We
accomplished
just gave
much.
an alternative.
The frog people are currently alive, and we have treaties with the lizard people, as well as we have come to the aid of the humans. And yet,
So then,
we haven't.
what's the next course of action then?
We head south.
There's many places that we could go. The idea was that that Mother needed to go north. We could still head that direction. We could go west, and we could go south.
My endeavors do not need to take priority for now. I would say that for now, the current invasion is the priority.
I have no quarrel with either of these two folk. If you wish to kill the frog people or the lizard people, you will need to do it on your own.
I mean, I don't really have a quarrel with any of them either. I'm not even sure what the heck we're doing here, but I do like killing things.
then by all means,
Yes,
there are
sir.
frog people right behind you. You and Drazer can have at it. I am perfectly fine becoming friends with them and making an alliance and a truce, which is what we did with the lizard people, and here we are, standing. And if we killed their god, that was no god. You cannot destroy a god.
I mean, it's a matter of perspective, I suppose. What if they have one of those societies where that's actually their father?
They would have stated it was their father, I believe.
I mean, they
They're
did.
pretty
Their faces
matter
look
of
an
fact.
awful lot like the alligator. That's all I'm saying.
They could have believed that they were descendants of this large creature because it was larger than all of the other creatures. However, we know for a fact that was due to a different force.
I mean, what if the giant alligator was breeding with the queen, and that's how they like the way bees do it, you know?
Then she will find a new mate.
I suppose.
And if the word comes that we are at war with these folk, then I will be more than happy to take up arms with you against them. However, at this moment, we have an agreement with them. I have no set agreement with these frog people.
Well, fair enough. So then, if that's the party's intent, no action. Let's just move on from this place.
We have armored you, frog people, or armed you. We mean you no harm. However, we will not join you in fighting them at this moment. We are tired and we need rest.
What about on the morrow?
We do not need to get ourselves in between your quarrel. Consider the boon that we granted you what it is, a boon. And I don't know why I am the one disarming this conversation. I am not good with words.
Sorry, I currently have the silver tongue in the middle of a storybook right now.
That's fair.
Just nudges Baron slightly. Wake up!
We have nothing against you and your folk. However, we will not assist you in fighting the others.
Seeing the negotiation going on, Baron will stand up and walk over. Hi, I'm Baron. I offer my hand out to them. Any reciprocate?
Apparently no. The ones that were crowded around Drazer are kind of beginning to crawl backwards away from him as they continue croaking.
From this perspective, do I see they are actually fearful of him?
Roll insight.
Gladly.
They, like the lizard folk, are also difficult to read.
Natural 20!
Oh, 20.
I'm still.
That's a roll.
You don't think that they're... Well, I mean, I guess there's sort of like a healthy fear because he's a big guy. But you think that what's driving them for the most part is the ones that are groveling are being made to do so by their chieftain.
Mm-hmm.
And as for him, he was basically just trying to get the best offer he could, given the situation.
So this is all an act right now.
Well,
trying to get on his good side, try and pertain to his nature.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an act in the sense that they have ulterior motives, because their motives seem transparent.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, your sense is that like he probably thinks that the way to ingratiate yourself to the colonists, if not necessarily humans, is to do this kind of thing.
Mhm.
So am I good to continue?
By all means.
So none of them reciprocate the handshake. So I'll pull my hand back. So what you guys are looking for is to get the lizard people off your land, and you don't want them to attack you, and you want to defend yourself. We've given you weapons. We can get the lizard people away from your land and off the land. They can assist us, and then they'll be out of your hair or your swamp, I should say.
How
So if you
will you do it?
Well, right now it seems like the most likely way we're going to get rid of them is just simply feeding them to our enemy, basically. It'll weaken their force, and we can manipulate from there. We can then return them back to where they are once their forces are weakened, or they'll get wiped out. So either way, they'll be out of your swamp. You just have to give us time and work with us.
We can do that.
So we're going to need you to sit tight. We've given you weaponry to defend yourself. Anything attacks you, you can protect yourself. But for now, you're going to need to give us time.
Your cadence is very much like a politician right now. I love it.
Brazier, come and find us when you're ready to move, and we will join you. And until then, we will do as your friend says.
Thank you. We appreciate your cooperation. Yeah. And we're sorry for any inconveniences while we're attempting to rid a much, much worse foe.
All right. So yeah, at this point,
I never get to roll any persuasion checks.
Yeah. They take their weapons and they hop away.
I'm doing this just because I want to.
Of them wearing that splint mail? Did that ever fit one of them? Hey, Daisy tried to give him some splint mail.
Yeah, we had the two things, scale armor.
A scale, yeah, that's right. Did it fit him?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Where did you get it?
We got it from the lizard stuff a while ago. So he was carrying it, we just thought we'd get rid of it.
They're definitely skinnier than the lizard people. Did you give it to them?
Yeah. I don't think it was lizard people's scale armor. I think it was stuff that lizard people found, or we found it in the lair.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, so these guys, they don't try it on, but they will take it.
I gotta sell that.
All right. Well, so you're gonna settle back down for the duration of the night?
That's the hope.
So
That's the hope.
All right. Well, you do so with no further incident. So, yeah, once you rouse yourselves in the morning, I guess you have decisions to make, but I think those decisions will have to come next session.
Yeah, that's about right.
On midnight.
yeah.
A fortnight.
Fortnight, exactly.
Sounds good. Thanks for the session.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
always. It's always fun.
All right, thank you.
I knew as soon as we were debating
you.
on if the croc was good or bad, he was gonna come out saying it was like their god or something. I'm like, I just knew it. So the entire time you're describing it, I'm just like, son of a bitch. Yeah, that's about right.
I'm just hoping. I am hoping that they're kind of like the Katoa, in a sense that the next more powerful thing then becomes their next god.
Yeah, Algalon's feeling that. Like, they're very tribal, and they don't actually worship a god. They worship a large animal. So I have a feeling like Algalon feels that way.
That's what I'm hoping.
Well, I come from a tribe as well, so I know kind of, primal creature thought process to an extent. But that's what he's hoping. Because if it
And in
was
my
a god,
mind-
we wouldn't be able to kill it.
Alright, so what is the plan?
Worst case scenario, if they find out the god's gone, we appeal to them. I persuade them. We use minor illusion to make an image of the croc. The croc will nod that we should be let go, and we're good. You add some fairy fire so he glows or something. Easy. In out. 5 minutes.
I feel like if we wanted to persuade them, our chance was right then while we were there talking to them with the body.
Originally, probably.
There was no body.
Right.
They didn't know
Right.
there was a body.
I don't know.
They were still under the impression it was alive.
Aquatic creatures swimming around in those waters. That's the place. I mean,
We're gonna
at
find it,
best, at best they come back 1 week later to feed it again, and realize that the food hasn't been touched.
Right.
Get suspicious, find the body, and then remember that they were talking to us right there with blood all around. I mean,
There
Well, no,
wasn't
we
blood
cleared
all
up
around.
blood.
We were cleaning that up. And they probably wouldn't
cleaned it
swim
up.
around to find the body. They were there to place an
he
offering.
was pretty clear that there were still some signs that a battle had taken place there.
Yeah,
It's
he
just
did say
That's
that.
true.
we were there circumstantially, and I mean, it would take just because they're lizard folk doesn't mean they're dumb.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, when they see the body, dude, Drazer is standing there eating a chunk of it. Like, when they find the body, they'll put 2 and 2 together. I'm pretty sure. Like,
If we wanted to try and bluff them about it, or still get on their good sides, that was the time. Because next
Man.
time we're just gonna attack, I think.
My job is to
Might be.
bluff. So
yeah, well, that's true. I mean, even if they are pissed at us, like, they're still enemies of the Swaggin. At the end of the day, is more beneficial to
If
me. We can just
they're-
avoid them.
I mean, if they're still mad at us, we've taken out enough of theirs. Like, we can do it again. But
and as well,
Yeah.
hopefully we can use their armies to
and their army's
possibly
split
take
right
on the
now.
Sahagins.
Yeah,
like,
that's
they're-
what I want to do is broker a deal between them and whoever else will join the human towns.
If we
I think
lead
at
them to
this point-
victory, that gives us some credibility.
I think at this point we should either cut our losses and ally with the frogs, or just kill everybody indiscriminately.
I
Well,
highly
both
disagree.
of those are terrible decisions. Like, we've already given
Honest.
tons of weapons to the lizard people. And the
Yeah.
frog people are these new entities that only Drazer knows. Why is that a better decision? Honestly.
I mean, I
So
don't know the
significantly
lizard
weaker.
people. To me, the
Neither
same
do I.
number of people know the same number of things.
So just
I
heads up, neither do
think-
I. The lizards have an army. The frogs have
Yeah.
like a couple people. Like,
I Wait, but how do you know the frogs don't have an army?
I mean, it seemed pretty obvious. They don't have weaponry. They only had a couple people. It didn't seem like they're very reinforced.
He did say queen,
King of the frog people. Queen of the
King,
lizard.
sorry.
Yeah.
King, yeah.
which implies a whole society.
Yeah, I mean, they could have a whole
Right,
force
but-
just like the lizard did in some hideout somewhere we've never seen.
They couldn't even arm their scouts. You think they're a threat?
I just think it's easier to tend to the lawn we've been working on than start a whole new garden.
What?
Like-
I
so,
agree.
So, but the Sahagins are unquestionably our enemy. Is that correct? Nobody.
Yes,
Yes.
they're enemies
Yeah.
of the
Friends with
lizard
the
people.
frog.
I don't think the frog people fuck with them at all.
The Sahagin are basically enemies of everybody, even though, again,
So far,
technically it's their land, but that's a different story.
The lizard people want vengeance on the Sahagin, and we need the Sahagin forces which are now armed to take, or not the Sahagin. We need the lizard people who are armed to take down the Sahagin. So we might
To
get
help.
all the above. They might all die.
Lizard people
Or good.
themselves probably can't do it. We need them to help.
We
do
could
it.
possibly join both forces. We could
Why
try
would
and
you
make
go
an
kill the
alliance
Sahagins?
because we tried that and they took over one of the larger settlements here on SaltMarsh called
Is it a
SaltMarsh.
question of numbers or?
Yes.
I
And
would
it
also
would-
like to say that we are also on a time limit right now.
Why?
Which one?
Ralston,
Oh,
he's technically a ticking time bomb.
we can get out of the area before that happens. I think we're fine.
Why is Ralston a time bomb?
He's a bad guy. Ross is the bad guy.
Drazer's
not
the
a
only
bad
bad guy here in the group. Let's.
Hey, Ralston, you wanna go ahead and give a little description here of exactly why you're a ticking time bomb?
There's SaltMarsh, the city that got recently taken by the Swagan, sits at the mouth of a river into the ocean. It's right on the coast. And in that mouth, there's a chain of islands, and one of them has like a old, I think it's Elvish, right? Underground
Yeah.
temple thing
Yeah.
built. And there's something in there that was like calling to me in my dreams, and it's slowly making me go insane. And we tried to go out there once, and it wasn't there. I don't, what were we theorizing it was? We thought it was some kind of weird.
Something none of our characters have ever seen before, but
Okay.
above
Yeah.
board, people thought it was something.
That sounds
Okay.
incredibly vague. I don't.
Yes.
It was taking over the town of Saltmarsh with one of the, what we think with the one on the council of Saltmarsh, Sharp, right?
Sharp,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
Sharp. A councilman Sharp owned the island, and his men worked on it, and a bunch of them